Hi guys, welcome to the channel. Welcome. I'm your host, Lord Hellespont V, live from Los Angeles, your favorite pseudo-intellectual. Welcome once again to the show. This is going to be a low energy Wednesday. I don't really feel well. Um, and I made the mistake of calling this particular episode Watches and Style, and I feel at my least stylish and at my lowest, but we will soldier on. We will find a way to trudge on. We will find a path. I wonder if you can hear me. We will start slowly by opening up my Instagram page. Some of this stuff, of course, I just made a couple couple of videos more recently about two blokes wearing their wristwatches over the cuff of their shirts. John C., welcome to the channel. Corrado Galizia, which is an interesting stylistic quirk, an interesting way of expressing your personal style. Certainly very ostentatious, very affected, but I think done in the right way, done in the minimalist way, it could be an interesting attempt to draw attention to what is probably your most cherished accessory, your most prized possession, which is your wristwatch. Um, Obviously, Karl Lagerfeld in this picture with his Royal Oak is on another level. Basically, every accessory he has is a statement, right? The way he just put that tie pin on his tie, the way he put his watch on the cuff of his dress shirt, the colors of that dress shirt, which became part of his signature silhouette, and of course, the sunglasses, right? But the guy is one, an iconic fashion designer. Two, he's actually wearing what is otherwise a very conservative, um, you might even say a dull outfit. Um, and he's using, thanks to that, his accessories to full effect. And remember, again, this is in the 70s. This is an A series Royal Oak, so one of the first couple of thousands, few thousands produced. Um, and even though there were one or two watches that were produced in quite limited numbers with this PVD coating technique at the time, like the Hoya Monaco Dark Lord, which is recently reissued, or the Porsche design Chronograph 1, which incidentally is also reissued recently. So we can say that these are coming back with vengeance. But here you have something that is a rare watch that has not yet been adopted so um, widely, and he gets it personalized and wears it in this particular way. And apparently, there's another known celebrity who did that in those years in the 70s, and that was King Juan Carlos of Spain. Anyhow, and in the same way, right, again, to talk about how it is subtle, Gianni Agnelli, the Italian impresario, um, again pulls it off. You might just say, "Hey, the guy is a billionaire." At at its height, fiat commanded about 5% of Italy's GDP. This guy employed about 3% of Italy's working population. So he can get away with a lot of things that us mere mortals can't, just like an iconic fashion designer can. But once again, you have an outfit that's otherwise quite conservative as a business suit, and you have a watch that's diminutive by the contemporary standard, by any standard, really. Um, Patek Philippe 1415 HU Universel is basically the first serially produced version of what has become an established genre, an established collection within the Patek Philippe lineup. That's the World Time. Of course, in this particular edition, even though you have certain visual cues that are adopted by the later references of the World Time, what you have here is rotating bezel that has the names of the cities engraved. And you can kind of see also how the world map was a little different, shall we say, at the time. Um, you have names of cities that are not in use anymore. Um, it's fascinating, that in itself. I think looking at this world time complication through the years, and how the constellation of cities change, how their names sometimes change, what gets included, what gets left out. In and of itself, I think that's a fascinating, marginal, but quite an interesting geopolitical story. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can see more people in the chat. Messaging matters. I saw a lady wear her new Rolex over the cuff several decades ago when Rolex became yuppie status symbols, and I thought it was tacky. I don't actually disagree. By the way, when I was doing some of the research on the Gianni Agnelli piece that I just did, the over the cuff or over the top, as I called it, um, I'll post a link to that video from earlier today. It's very short, less than 15 minutes. Um, and when I was doing the research, actually, I saw a lot of um, fashion websites for women that were advocating this as a style, with these, like, very um, fluffy, uh, extravagant blouses with sleeves that go all over the place, and there were women who were wearing a watch right over it. And let me post this link first. And I think I actually made a little short about this as well, just juxtaposing two visuals of Gianni Agnelli. Um, right here. Let's see how this works. Kind of like what I think I look like when I wear my watch over the cuff, and what I actually look like. Anyway, so the idea is that it's, for the most part, and most often, it really doesn't look as good as people think it looks. Um, it it is something that should be used very sparingly, but I thought it was an interesting move employed by certain kinds of people, like Karl Lagerfeld, like Gianni Agnelli, in a way that draws attention to their watch, right? And when you go back again to that world time, 1415, right? It's a 31 millimeter watch. It's a very small watch, even as a dress watch. It's small, right? Of course, for post-war, uh, that's just about the size for a dress watch. But what I mean is, in a later period, when Agnelli is wearing this, he probably thought, "Hey, let me let me put this over my shirt cuff so I can foreground it a little bit, accentuate it a little bit, show it off a little bit, because otherwise, it is the kind of watch that would disappear on your wrist, no matter how small your wrist is." Thomas Broadbent with sitar music in the background. Uh, George Varghese, hey, welcome back to the channel, man. So nice to see you. Thomas Broadbent, do you think it is a hide the watch thing, a keep it out of view approach? I think it's the opposite. Actually, it draws attention to the watch more than anything. And you can see, right? This is a photo shoot, of course, but you can see how he struck a pose precisely to show off the watch, and the cuffs of his shirt are cut very close to his wrist. So it would have simply disappeared unless he did something that looked even more off, more inappropriate. Slamming Patek, the best that dial. Yeah, the world time has very nice colors on the dial, no matter what, even if it doesn't have that cloisonné enamel gold lined drawing of a particular piece of the world map. It's a pretty good um, color combination. It's a pretty good color uh, panorama palette. Sorry, I don't know where panorama came from. One of the best rap albums, Chromic, yeah, and it made it into the meme, right? At least with that song. Jake Brooks, hey man, nice to see you. Only one stationary, but the jacket will cover it walking unposed. Well, the shirt would have covered it otherwise. So I don't think it's about hiding the watch. It's certainly about showing off um, the watch. And messaging matters. That's absolutely right. I'm not gonna send you away now to watch my video, but I basically made the argument in that video that this is something actually that he must have adopted from gentleman drivers, frogmen, and deep sea explorers, who, of course, habitually wore their watches, their tool watches, their chronographs, their dive watches over their racing suits, over their wetsuits. So that's exactly what I thought was happening. He was basically by pulling off that wristwatch over the cuff move, he was basically bringing in some of that dynamism and some of that romanticism for exploration into the boardroom. So if you have the time, check out that video. It might be interesting. You might like it. MLMJ, nice to see you, man. Um, St. Peter, hey, hope you are going to review John Goldberger's style and watch pairing. That's one of my idols, St. Peter. I hope I can do a video about him one day. And who knows, maybe if the fate smiles on me, I can even do a video with him one day. Who knows? But I'll do one like that as well. I think one interesting angle for John Goldberger could be his use of unusual um, bracelets for certain kinds of watches. And speaking of which, this is Luca Cordero de Montezemolo, who used to be the CEO of Ferrari, and also a protege of Gianni Agnelli in Fiat, of course. Um, and he is usually seen with his Rolex GMT Master 1675, like you can see here, a very young Luca Cordero di Montezemolo, LCDM, let's abbreviate it, and later on wearing the same watch. But I somehow chanced upon this photo very recently where he is wearing actually a 4-digit Submariner. Um, there's not enough detail for me to figure out how many lines of writing there is here. So I don't know if it's 5512 or 5513. And I was really happy to see that he put it on a leather strap. Um, and I think that's a very strong statement on how versatile vintage Submariner can be in its classical proportions, especially thanks to its nearly all black aesthetic that gives you a very uncluttered dial. And of course, it's a very strong response. It's a spirited response as well to all those who say that a dive watch should not be worn with a leather strap. Thomas Broadbent says, I'll start wearing a Jacques C. skull cap. St. Peter says, absolutely. And Thomas with Vostok, right? Yes. In addition to corp communication training, they must go to posing school to Pego. Mm. Well, I mean, I'm sure some of this is trained behavior, and some of this is simply, hey, some of these guys are cool, man. I mean, Niki Lauda didn't need any extra training to be cool, that's for sure. And Agnelli and LCDM minimally had the chance through their connections, through their belonging to quote unquote the Italian nobility, um, through their networks, were around these sorts of cool people, athletes, celebrities all the time. So they must have picked up some of that stuff um, through osmosis, as it were. And another thing that, so I want to do maybe a shorter video on this in particular, on how you can kind of bring out another layer of experience, another kind of use from your watch by putting it on a different kind of strap, especially if it is unexpected, right? Again, people think this is not necessarily too common, but especially in olden times, where a lot of times buying watches naked meant not only did it not have a box or papers, it didn't even have a bracelet. It was a head only. So at a certain point, people had no choice, right? They did not have the original bracelet of the watch because they had gotten it uh, in some jewelry store or watch shop that deals in pre-owned watches, or even in one of the um, flea markets, so to speak, in some Italian cities. and all they had was a watch head. So they had to be inventive. They had to come up with something to wear it on, something to match it with, something to make it work. And sometimes that sort of exigency, that sort of demand, makes you come up with ingenious solutions, and suddenly it becomes an element of style. Um, I mean, obviously, LCDM wasn't the kind of person who couldn't actually source an appropriate bracelet for a Submariner, right? I'm sure he could, but that was the environment. That was the habitus. That was what people did. They were looking for ways of making these sports watches work beyond the use for which they were designed, beyond the activity to which they were directed. Did I see the Destro move by Paul Newman? I did not, actually. What I saw by Paul Newman was a very old Paul Newman um, on the racetrack, kind of observing and wearing wearing a newer version of his Daytona, right? A white gold, black dial on oyster flex, and it's very endearingly engraved in the back with "Drive very slowly, Joanne." Right, since the original was engraved "Drive slowly" by his wife, Joanne Woodward. Um, this one on the wrist of an aged Paul Newman, still in white metal, but this time in precious metal on the oyster flex. And it says "Drive very slowly." That's my interesting Paul Newman finding, quite frankly. The Destro move that I saw was by another Italian, actually, another member of the Agnelli family, um, Giannino Agnelli, a nephew of Gianni Agnelli's, um, who actually passed away in tragic fashion. He was supposed to be the heir, but he couldn't really take the reins of the company before he passed. But he's wearing just a run of the mill GMT of his time on his right hand, and this is something that he did quite habitually. Um, I'm assuming that he was a left-hander because he basically wore all his watches like this. Whenever I see a photo of him and he's wearing a watch, usually it is on the right, but it's not really a Destro watch, so to speak. Thomas says, I recommend switching wrists with your watches. Okay, why would that be, Thomas? Um, why do you think we should wear our watches sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right? Because ultimately, again, as someone who wears watches and who wears all his watches on basically a daily basis, on a very, I don't want to say strict, but on a pretty um, frequent rate of rotation, I'm also very careful with them. So if I wear my watches on my right hand, and that is my dominant hand, that is my dominant side, I would probably bang them about much more frequently, because that's the hand I use more. That's the hand that I use more carelessly, so to speak, right? Because I I take it for granted that I can do certain things with my right hand that I can't with my left hand. So whenever I use my left hand, even if I can use it well, I have to be attentive. I have to be careful. Whereas with my right hand, I'm much more, um, I'm much more thoughtless, and I feel like I would certainly put many, many more scratches on them. Balance it out, free up circulation, give the nerves and skin a break, and new look. Those are all great ideas, actually. I don't really wear my watches too tight, not to the level of Roger Waters and his date chest, right? Not as a truly jingly jangly Cuban link type bracelet, but I do wear them relatively loose. So freeing up circulation would not really be much of a, or giving the nerves a break would not really be much of a necessity for me. But the skin, of course, and that's, by the way, I do want to. There was a very concerned gentleman on Instagram when I wrote that post about Gianni Agnelli wearing his watches over the cuff of his shirt as an element of style. He was insisting that Agnelli must be suffering from the same skin condition that he suffers from, which actually doesn't allow him to wear watches directly on his skin. Right? Apparently, he gets a certain kind of allergy from even a minimal amount of sweating. But especially, he says, in the summer months, it's it's impossible for him to actually wear um, his wristwatches directly on the skin. He says the problem is, unfortunately, with our own sweat that gets trapped between literally any surface of the wristband and our own skin. Because I was speculating, I was being a little too smart for my own good, right? I think um, it was unnecessary because I just said, not that I was being unkind, but I said, why not, why not try some vegan straps? Maybe you have an allergy to leather, as if he didn't think of this before. But apparently, it is a skin condition, um, that whenever the sweat gets trapped between the wristband or strap and his skin, he starts developing blisters, and it just becomes unbearable. So anyway, but that is a worry, and that is even more of a worry for some. But um, I never had a problem, and the new look, that's a very legitimate way to look at it. But wearing a different kind of watch is good enough for me to achieve a new look. Messaging Matters says, I'm mostly left-handed but somewhat ambidextrous. Tried wearing my watch on the right wrist. I didn't find it helpful. I use right hand to set watch, even though it's not on the wrist when doing so. Yeah, I think that's why LHDs are called LHD, right? That's why we call watches that are meant to be worn on the right hand left hand drivers, because the usual left hand watches we um, adjust and wind with our right hand, and the destros, the right handers, we actually uh, wind with our left hand. So it's a left hand drive. Thomas Broadband says, seriously, to appreciate two watch, I will wear two at the same time in the house. Yeah, what was that? What was that Drake verse about? Yeah, I wear every single chain, even when I'm in the house. Um, you gotta remind yourself what you have and be proud of it and own it. That's a good way. I've seen some people, especially collectors, rocking two watches at once. I find it a little too much, but others will say, um, for me to change around a lot of my Rolex watches to just wear them almost exclusively with leather straps, some would say that is affected, that is ostentatious. So I don't. I actually appreciate it. I like seeing people connect with their watches. I like seeing people form meaningful relationships with their watches. I like it when they care enough to wear them, care enough to share them with others passionately. And a lot of times, in collectors' gatherings or in special events, you will see the most enthusiastic people wearing two watches, and then sometimes they would pull out another box with like a full house of Gégé Lecoultre, or full house of FP Jaune, full house of Lange. So it's fine. 49's fine. Good evening, fellow watch degenerates. That's great. Sexual deviance, really. LHV, do you have any other hobbies aside from watches? I don't mean to get off topic from watches, just curious and helps us get to know you better. Yeah, of course. I really do love boxing and football. And I'm sure from the content already, you get an idea of this. I try to follow at least the four major leagues in Europe. Um, that being the Serie A, the Italian, La Liga, which is the Spanish, Premier League, and the Bundesliga. And I have teams that I genuinely love in some of those divisions. I have teams that I don't really care for, and then I have teams that I'm somewhat sympathetic towards. So we can talk a little bit about that. I genuinely love boxing, and the last 2 years, actually, coming out of the pandemic, has been really good for boxing, and I think it puts some fire under the backsides of certain promoters, to the point that they started making some of these uh, good fights between champions, unification bouts that the public has been clamoring for, because they realize that the sport, I mean, I don't want to say dying off, but the sport was basically losing ground to other combat sports, right? It's no secret that since the golden era of heavyweights, um, Ali, Frazier, Foreman, Norton, so on and so forth, boxing has lost a lot of ground. At that time, boxing was the American sport, right? It wasn't baseball. It was certainly not the NBA. It wasn't even football. Boxing drew most eyes onto itself. Now we are in an era where MMA, and specifically UFC as as a particular franchise, started really drawing most of the attention in the mainstream for combat sports. So I think the pandemic was a wake up call for a lot of boxing promoters and for a lot of boxers themselves to finally, get working, make these important fights, make the unifications, find out who is really, really the best guy, have the best fight the best, so we can have so-called undisputed champions in every single division. Um, right? There are, for those of you who don't know, very quickly, in boxing there are four major sanctioning bodies, which means that in every single weight division there are four. at least 4 different versions of the World Championship. And for an undisputed champion to emerge, someone has to hold all 4 of those belts. Um, MLMJ says, Lord is partial to a bit of bare knuckle midget fighting. Man. Thomas Broadband says some have diabetes, neuropathy, or skin conditions. Yeah, that's a good point, Thomas. I was again talking from the standpoint of personal experience and personal necessity. Um, as a general piece of advice, if you want to wear your watches every day and you are possibly suffering from a skin condition or it gets too tight, it might it might be a good idea to change things around and wear it um, on a different wrist. I don't deny that. Yeah, MLMJ, let me put it this way. I'm certainly not a pacifist. But people a lot of times don't realize actually um, the real use of boxing gloves. Of course, the gloves have a lot of padding, especially the gloves that are used for training and sparring. So the gloves that are used in the context of the boxing gym, they are they have a lot of padding usually. So you protect your hands against injuries, your knuckles, your fingers. There are a lot of bones on each of your hands, so a lot that could be broken. And when you spar with someone else, you're also protecting that person from the risk of injury by having a glove that is padded more than less. But to wear boxing gloves at all actually weaponizes your hand. People don't quite understand that sometimes, because especially if you don't have the right technique and if you don't know where to actually hit people, you can break your hand in a matter of seconds and you're done. You break your hand, you can possibly faint from pain. You'll certainly be put at a huge disadvantage, right? So bare knuckle, like bare hands specifically, your hands are not designed to hit someone else on their head. Let me put it that way. You have to focus on the body. You have to work the body. That could be another way of putting it. But hey, we don't encourage fighting. We are not violent people, and we're absolutely not threatening. Thomas Broadband says, "Is there still a Dutch league?" Of course, Eredivisie is still one of the important developmental leagues. The teams are just not as rich, and they don't have plentiful financial, pardon me, resources like the teams in the Premier League, for example, in England. Um, but still, Ajax, PSV, Feyenoord, those teams can get really competitive in European competition, and the Dutch league is especially prized to develop young attacking players because it has a style that encourages um, kind of a playful, beautiful, and attacking uh, vision and philosophy for football. So it's a lot of times, sometimes the bigger teams would buy players um, from minor leagues, like genuinely minor leagues, say from the Serbian league, say um, from the Greek league, uh, from the Cypriot league, from uh, guys help me out, from the Croatian league, and then they would loan those players to Dutch or Belgian teams a lot of times, especially attacking players. I think benefit a lot from playing in those leagues. So that is certainly a style that many wish to emulate, And through Johan Cruyff, actually, there's a strong connection between that Dutch philosophy of football and Catalonia, and the kind of football that Barcelona tries to um, implement on the field. Thomas says, "I'm fortunate and healthy, and that is the best. That is the most important fortune." Yes, boxer fracture happened to me as a teenager. Bad boy, Thomas. What were you doing with your hands to get that kind of fracture? Jimmy says, "Did someone says bah, bah, bah." Jimmy, welcome back to the channel, and thank you for reminding everyone to upvote. Ajax, PSV, and MLMJ says, "Bear, bear, bear." Whole Milk says, "Isn't it merging with the Belgian league? Is there a proposal like that, Whole Milk?" I know the UEFA, the European Confederation of Football Associations, usually, or European Union, I should say, they usually resist these ideas because they don't want um, the idea of the European Super League to gain ground again. They want the national competitions, the domestic competitions that they then send um, the teams to the larger European competition. But I might be wrong. Um, so I would like to know whether there is such a plan that they are implementing, and what the other countries are reacting to it. Used to be a hard nose, contact, slide tackling, attack to win the ball, called wet fields. Interesting. So yeah, I like boxing. I like football, i.e. soccer. Um, I like sampling new whiskeys, usually Scotch. I don't know much about other kinds of whiskey and other kinds of spirits, really. Um, I like reading. I like reading poetry, especially. I like reading philosophy, and I like collecting in general. So I have a lot of football jerseys, especially from late '80s and '90s. Um, Other than that, I I like just hanging out and lounging in coffee shops whenever I find free time. I like diving, although I didn't really have any big trips for the longest time now. I like swimming. Um, that's about it, really. Whole Milk says, "Google tells me but the Belgian teams voted for it, but looks like it hasn't gone any further." I had heard of it, like, there would be like a Benelux league, Belgian, Dutch, and uh, Luxembourgish teams will come together and organize a league or something. GB, hey man, what's up? I'm not sure if I can call myself a big scuba diver. GB, welcome back to the channel, and thanks for asking. I'm doing great. I seem to be losing my voice, but otherwise, I'm good. Um, Messaging Matters says Marcelo is co-hosting again. Can't you? It's funny. Um, but yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. But I like just being around the sea and around the ocean, not in a lounging in the beach kind of way, but actually being in water kind of way. I don't really like surfing, but I like diving. I like swimming. I like diving with snorkel even. I kind of like that better than um, scuba diving, even in the right environment. Catalina, maybe, Thomas. What's the name of the island way off the Venice beach? Ooh, isn't there like multiple versions of this Tokyo Speedmaster? Which one are you asking about? Four nines, fine. The the Panda. panda, possibly. I'll bring that up. Oh yeah, you did you did put the panda. I'm sorry, man. I'm just I'm a little, yeah, I think I'm genuinely under the weather, not just losing my voice. Hmm. This looks suspiciously like some other chronograph that I know of. Can't quite tell what. It kind of looks like something else. Kind of looks like something else. Uh, Aussie Expat Watches. Check out my friend and co-host Aussie Expat's channel. And he is an actual co-host. He jumps on whenever he can on this channel, and we have great conversations. So I'll post the link again. It is pinned at any rate. Um, yeah, look, I mean, I love a Speedmaster. I think, I can, in an alternative universe, I can see having a collection of kind of like the photographic negative of what I have now, which is mostly simple, uncluttered dials, mostly three-handers, maybe with a date or an extra hand thrown in for good measure once every so often. But in an alternative universe, I can certainly see myself just collecting chronographs. You would have a nice Speedmaster, possibly something from the 70s or 80s. Hey, go all out if you want, and get something with 321. That would be great. um I would love to get, like a precious metal Daytona. That could be cool, whether it's vintage or oyster flex. I don't mind. I would love to have a Breguet Type 20. Actually, I really love it. And it might have something to do with the fact, it might have something to do with this strange and lovely man from Brisbane, who has been propagandizing on its behalf for a while, and who I'm sure still regrets having sold it years after, because he kept acquiring it back, he kept getting it back. And Four Nines finds us who did it better. Who did it better? Now, let me put it this way: I actually like this. For me, of course, when you say Speedmaster, for me that's like the Submariner, right? I'm looking for the all black aesthetic. Um, so when I look at this, searching for a Speedmaster, I feel like it's not there, right? I feel like there's something missing. If I look at it as a chronograph that looks very pleasing, that's clearly um, limited and quite exclusive, has a nice bracelet. Um, why not? It looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. But I feel like this is a watch for someone who already has the moon watch, or this is a watch for someone who already has a chronograph that they really like, and that is not in this Panda configuration. So I feel like this is not the watch I would want, but this would be a great watch for someone who collects chronographs. I think it looks splendid, honestly. I do like the proportions of the Daytona a little better than the Speedmaster, having very puny, effeminate wrists. I do prefer the Daytona to the Speedmaster from the perspective of wearability. So that would be my preference, but otherwise it would be, yeah, this is a gorgeous piece to own if you can get a um, good deal on it. Speaking of diving, Jimmy says, I watched the deep sea challenge today. This was Ozzy's recommendation from last night. It was really good. Rolex James Cameron strapped to the outside of the submersible, 37,000 feet down, keeping time. Four Nights Fine says, thank you. Is it on YouTube, Jimmy? Yeah, way cool. And it was a very interesting documentary. Um, Thomas Broadbent says the Breguet Type 20 at 3.5 USD was the best. I agree. I agree. I think you can still get decent deals. It's still under 5K. Breguet Type 20 has a lot to offer for itself, but it also has certain drawbacks. Right? And let's talk about that a little bit. It is now a watch that is discontinued, right? It's not in the current lineup of Breguet. I think it's been almost 2 years, in fact, um, since it was discontinued. But for those of you who want a classically proportioned chronograph, it is around 39 millimeters long. Uh, that again has a more classical design. You might know again this was uh, a chronograph made for the French air forces according to their specifications, which Breguet then revived in the 90s for civilian purposes. They made the cases a little bigger. Um, they tinkered with a number of other things. Uh, but it is a flyback chronograph. It's a classically proportioned chronograph. It is a very wearable chronograph, I think, both on the leather strap um, and its matching bracelet. It's very cool. Even though it's at a very accessible price point, it's still very recognizably Breguet. Um, a lot of vintage cues, from the Art Deco numbers, the syringe hands, um, the propeller hand there for the 15-minute totalizer, the coin edge decoration all around the case, the curves of the case itself and the lugs are very Breguet. The fact that it is a screw it's a screw down crown and screw down case back um, with anti-magnetic properties as well for the watch makes it a very wearable and respectable sports watch as well. I mentioned that it's a flyback chronograph. The caliber number, I think, is uh, they gave 538, they call it, I want to say, but it's essentially an automatic Lemania caliber, um, which is again a good caliber, a workhorse caliber, but it's a cam and lever type operation. So um, even though it's a flyback chronograph, it's even though it's Breguet, it doesn't deliver on what one expects these days from, let's say, a column wheel uh, vertical clutch chronograph. So it has this kind of stuttering aspect to the second hand when you flip it back to zero or when you stop and start it. Um, so it's not a high quality, high horological movement by any stretch of imagination, but it is really it's really as a everyday sports watch. I think it's a great aesthetic. It's a great everyday wearer. Um, it can be a great sports watch, but on a leather band, it can go in other ways too. Even though it's a relatively thick watch. This is Type 20, what they call aeronaval, um, which is the simplest model. 3800 is the reference number. It's the most bare bones model with polished bezel and no date function. There's also a Type 20 called, I think, Transatlantique, which has the date window at 6 o'clock. GB, what do you think of the new Polar Explorer 2? I wish Ozzy was on the panel. He just got his new Polar Explorer 2. I prefer the 5-digit reference. I think, again, it's better classically proportioned. I like the older Rolex aesthetic. Um, I like having my holes in the case so I can again pop out the bracelet and put some leather band. I like playing around. I like that modularity. I like that playful aspect of a vintage Rolex watch. And to be sure, my Polar Explorer 2 16570 is from 2000, so it's not really a vintage watch. It has a sapphire crystal. It has a solid ending bracelet. It has Luminovo on the dial, but it still has some aspects of older Rolexes that I really love using on a daily basis. So that's my preference. But I think in terms of its proportions, even though it's a larger watch, um, the new Explorer 2, I think, wears really well. It does wear really well. Um, So, in fact, um, literally, uh, Ozzy was just saying about his 221657 that he tried it right next to a 5-digit, and that he really thought that he could at some point have both of them in his collection. That both have a lot to recommend themselves, and that they are really different watches, even though they carry the same DNA. And I have to agree. I do actually prefer the red GMT hand, so that's another vote for me for the 5 digits. But that's that. Um, yes, it's 100-meter water resistance for the Breguet 3800 Type 20, and actually earlier models from mid 1990s, right when they were reissued for the civilian market, actually have this gold capped crown. Um, those models are actually 200-meter water resistant, 200-meter depth rating. So it's a pretty nicely and tightly sealed case. Beautiful. Messaging Matter says Jimmy was James Cameron strapped himself to the inside. Type 20 alarm is a looker too, maybe 3860. Yes. By the way, the Type 20, 21, 22 series is pretty expensive. They have all sorts of different watches. So even though they killed off the Type 20, there's still a lot of interesting stuff. But those are also bigger watches. To me, one of the charms of the Type 20 is it's uh, it's a classically proportioned um, chronograph that doesn't have a date window, that has a relatively harmonious, if not really uncluttered dial, but a very consistent aesthetic. Um, and probably it's actually among 3 registered chronographs, the modern Type 20 might be, in fact, my favorite. And prefer 216 black dial, which I have, which is 216570 black dial 1 generation before this last one. New Explorer 2 hands look like the rest, stopped being a tool watch, MLMJ says. I understand that's the deep dive record, only matched by Austin talking about Rolex fonts. Just kidding. Hey, Dirk Diggler. Welcome back to the channel. Nice to see you. Best deep dive with the misses was 5 minutes flat. MLMJ with the jokes again. Um, GB says I'm being offered one at retail. I think you're talking about the 22165770. Let's see. All right, 226570. I think honestly, Explorer 2 today is one of the best watches in the Rolex professional lineup. If you ask me, I know MLMJ was skeptical earlier, but I think it is the one that looks like it would be aging gracefully compared to all other watches. People, some people, of course, move away from this precisely because it has a stainless steel bezel that doesn't rotate. In my case, I prefer that. Um, it means less thing to fidget with. One for one. Two, I actually like how these things age and fade. It doesn't bother me, so I don't need a ceramic bezel insert. Is the last thing I need. I do not like it. So for me, the Explorer 2 gives you that option of a Rolex watch that would actually age and age well. Um, I like it. I like it. I would probably take that. I'm guessing you asked for it to begin with, GB. Don't get the watch just because you're offered it at retail. I think we are not we are not in those days anymore. Um, I think better deals will come. But if you asked for it, just get it. I think it's a great watch. I love it. If I didn't have the 5 digit already, I would love to own one. Um, but that's not the direction of my collection, right? My collection is primarily based on vintage Rolex. So I prefer the 5 digit, which I think offers me a certain versatility within my collection that I can't find with any other Explorer 2. GB says I'm going to pick it up. Great, 10-4. I want a 5 digit too. Hey, maybe like Ozzy said, maybe you should take both. And now that you get the chance to buy one at your AD, grease those wheels a little bit, get a decent deal, which buying Rolex at retail is these days. Um, and Big Meech gives another good reason. He says, grab it, take the opportunity away from someone else. I remember one of the members of the community told me something like this, that he was at an AD and they offered him a date just, and there was another guy behind him who was looking over his shoulder when he was examining the date just. And he basically got it just so the other guy who was waiting and looking over his shoulder couldn't get it. So hoard and possess, hoard and possess. Um, yeah, I, I mean that's the Big Meech way, I guess. I don't, I don't really like that. I don't take watches that I'm not gonna wear. I never bought watches to flip, um, so I have to love it first. MLMJ says we love non-flipper straight men. We love everybody, man. We love everybody except flipping. Watch people. Watch people. GB says I buy and hold. That sounds like the thing to do. Six. Yeah, guys, we have just passed our first hour. We're talking watches. We're talking a little bit of style. We're talking about future purchases. The Omega Speedmaster Tokyo 2020 Panda Edition. We talked quite a bit about the Breguet Type 20, different kinds of chronographs. We talked a little bit about the Rolex Explorer II, white dial, the polar, so to speak, both in the 5-digit reference 16570, which is a 40 millimeter case, which might be therefore a little more wearable for most. Um, and we talked also about 226570, which our friend GB was offered at retail recently, and he's going to get it. Um, in the meantime, if you have been enjoying the conversation, please hit that like button, and it really helps. If you haven't subscribed yet, do that and hit the bell icon while you're at it. Every single subscriber gets me that much closer to 1,000, which is my first major goal. And I cherish each and everybody, and I try to respond to all your questions and all your requests, of course, in the chat. But always feel free to drop in questions and requests in the comments as well of the videos. Uh, Even if it's just a conversational point, another question, something related to that video, or you can just send me an email at lordhellespondv@gmail.com. Um, and hey, if you want to encourage the kind of work I do on this channel, if you want to support the channel and help it become self sustaining before it gets monetized, you can always consider a PayPal contribution, which is connected to that email address, lordhellespondv@gmail.com, lordhellespondv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And guys, I have also just recently introduced a new series on watches and style. So I have been on my grind. I have been producing content beyond the live stream. I have made this video on Karl Lagerfeld and his PVD coated Royal Oak. And I have also recently released a video, again, quite bite-sized, quite digestible, so to speak, um, clocking right around 10 minutes. So these are different kinds of content that I want to send your way, that I want to share with you. And I would really appreciate it if you would watch it on your time, and send me your reactions. Tell me what you think. Tell me whether you like it. Um, Interact with it in some way. Let's see if I can create more content that's more to your liking. So send me the messages. All the information is there in the ticker, in the description, and I appreciate you all. So as long as you stay here, you support me, um, and you engage with me in the chat, that's all I want. And help me expand the community as well by spreading the word, by sharing the link with others. That makes a world of difference for me. Again, where I am as a channel, which is very small, very humble, very diminutive. One person is a huge. It goes a long way for me. One more subscriber makes my day sometimes. So spread the word. I really, really appreciate it. Thomas Broadbent says the Lange und Söhne short was great. How did it feel on? It felt amazing. Both of them, by the way. Thomas Broadbent is talking about these two new shorts that I posted from my recent trip to the Lange und Söhne boutique in South Coast Plaza here in Southern California, Costa Mesa, California. And I had the chance to spend a lot of time with Lange 1 in pink gold and an Argente dial. It was beautiful. I think, and I think it's really fascinating to contemplate how something like the Lange 1, which was quite unusual when it was released in '94, with its asymmetric dial, with its oversized date window, um, with the power reserve indicator, on and on and on. It's really fascinating how it became, in a manner of a couple of decades, an icon from being such an iconoclast, and I think that's a great achievement for this Saxonian watchmaker from the small East German town of Glashütte. So it felt great. I think in many ways, Lange 1 is the perfect dress watch for me. Some people like simple elegance. I like something that is, yes, quite classically beautiful. Yes, has the feeling of a traditional dress watch, but also a lot of quirk, a lot of character. Um, and I think this is it. I think this is it. So I have a lot of respect and a lot of desire towards Lange 1. I think I would probably prefer it in white gold, but in pink gold too, I think it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. But the highlight was, of course, of that visit, truly the number zero of the 250 limited edition of Lange Odysseus, the Lange Odysseus, in titanium with what they call the ice blue dial. And everything that we know about Lange, which is the quality of hand finishing inside and out that distinguishes them even among their high horological peers, is really taken to another level in this particular watch, because it is a titanium watch. It's much harder to work with, and the fact that they managed to introduce this playful contrast between mirror polished and satin brushed surfaces all over the watch, especially on the full bracelet, I think was really an amazing work to contemplate. And I had a great time in that boutique. I don't remember being taken such good care of in the longest time, without any immediate intention to purchase, right? And they did have watches to purchase. You could actually walk away with that pink gold Lange 1, among many other watches. You could easily place an order for another version of the Lange 1, most of which they can deliver in less than 2 months. And there were very clear pathways towards the Odysseus range, especially in precious metal, especially in white gold, which you can still make happen with getting one watch from them and getting yourself on the wait list. No, absolutely not, Thomas. The Odysseus was not for sale, not for me. It is truly a limited edition. I think they really reserve it to their um, biggest and most loyal collectors. 250 will be produced ever. This was a prototype to begin with, so they hadn't made any deliveries at that time, but it wasn't for a first time customer at all. And it felt great. It felt great, actually. It felt quite substantive, though not heavy, for a titanium watch as well. So I like that feeling, because sometimes titanium watches can feel a little too light, perhaps, for someone who is mostly used to steel on steel, especially. Um, and MLMJ says it reminds me of that glashut that Mike likes. Pardon me. St. Peter says, still struggle to understand why the Odysseus range gets so many negative comments. I think it's stunning in just about every configuration, but this titanium is stellar. Uh, St. Peter, can I tell you why? And I guess I feel better about it now since I'll be preaching to the choir because you already agree with me. But some people just want to complain and criticize because I know for a fact that if Lange actually made a stainless steel sports watch with an integrated bracelet that looked like the Nautilus, that looked like the Royal Oak, they would get criticized to no end. They would get criticized in the same way, if not worse. Instead, they decided to go through an entire journey. Odysseus, hint, hint, that's where the name comes from, apparently. Um, that took 4 years specifically for this model to be built from design to prototype to final production. And it is a watch that is very recognizably Lange. You can you can get rid of all the writing on the dial, all the branding, and if you show that watch head, yeah, forget about the bracelet too. Let's get rid of the most um, masterful element of hand finishing as well. You just show that watch head to someone who is familiar with the brand, they will immediately tell you that's a Lange watch, right? The day date function, um, the oversized date that is balanced with the day indicator at 9 o'clock, the way that double display gives you a sense of the legacy of that Dresden Opera House, where the ancestors of Walter Lange actually built the 5 minute clock that adorns the stage. The alpha hands, again, that are very recognizably Lange. The fact that they went for seconds on the sub dial rather than center seconds on what is ostensibly a sports watch. Again, something that they took. And the case shape, even though it's different, it's still um, it's still very recognizably in terms of the build of the lugs, especially their curvature. It is recognizably Lange. So they decided to make a watch that actually looks like a Lange, that looks more faithful to their own heritage, to their own design language, and they get criticized for it because you cannot make some people happy. They just want to talk ish about something. Um, Thomas Broadbent says the side view on the titanium is like eyeing a classic car. It's amazing. I mean, how they finished this thing, uh, it blows my mind. Of course, you might say I'm easily impressed by any sort of artisanal hand related work. So maybe I'm already too receptive as an audience. That being said, um, I still think it's great work, and it's rare to begin with, right? There are not many brands um, that have these sorts of contrasting finishes on titanium cases and titanium bracelets they built. I want to show also, by the way, um, another video that I took of the bracelet and the movement. Hopefully, I can find the right one. And I'm hoping that you'll find that interesting as well. Big Meech joining us with some great news. Hey, Smoking Joe, how are you doing, man?
Lord, it's gone cactus. It's gone cactus. It was a
It is.
disaster.
I just wanna share this video of the titanium bracelet and the movement of the Odysseus, and then we will move on to your story time. Ooh, I'm getting interesting messages. Nice. Um, yeah, nice visuals. Aussie expat. Hey.
Hey, I want to listen. I'm here to listen.
All right. So because Joe has a story, by the way, did I read Gary G's recent article on Quill and Pad about why he bought the Odysseus? Yes. Wonderful writing and photography. By the way, guys, if you ever see Gary G, who writes for Quill and Pad, he's a very important watch collector, has one of the most mind-blowing collection of Lange and Söhne watches in the world. Um, but I actually had the pleasure of meeting him in person in the Jeje Le Coutre event, and he is so friendly. So if you ever see him in public, just approach him, and he will give you his watches to play. He will tell you all sorts of stories. Just like the emblematic, generous collector with his time and possessions. It's great. Joe, I cede the floor to you. I shut up. Okay. MLMJ says it needs a zero. Yeah, I understand what you mean, MLMJ, when it comes to the day, but that's again the legacy of the 5-minute clock, right? In that Dresden Opera House, the 5-minute clock has single digits for 5. So they kind of went with that. I know it's not the satisfactory answer, but that's why there's a single digit for single digit date. I wish they did all something, but that's really the least of my concerns. I actually like the unbalanced balance of a lot of Lange's watches, and those pushers for the uh, date and day are really incredible as well. So they give the case a kind of crown guard type look, that puts things off balance anyway. And I kind of like that, just like the Lange one, right? It's a dial that seems it's all over the place, and then you can actually draw a perfect isosceles triangle between all the central points of those three separate subdials. Is Smoking Joe back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, my Wi-Fi. I'm paying like 180 a month for the connection of a fucking potato half the time. It's crazy. Fuck me dead. Oh Lord, where do we even begin? Where do we even begin with today's events? Fuck me dead. Do we go with do we begin with the drama at the Omega Boutique? Do we start with the Parmigiani VIP event? Do we start with the questionable scandal at my Rolex boutique? Where do we even begin, Lord?
Wherever you want, but the thing is, especially since you turned off your camera, I was interested in Ozzy's facial expressions while you go through your story. So either turn on your camera, or I'm going to focus on how Ozzy reacts to whatever you say.
Well, I mean, I suppose the Rolex boutique scandal really isn't that impressive, to be honest. But so I stopped in to my boutique on my way home, and I asked for a new catalog. And immediately, the one guy who works in that place immediately said, "Oh, Rolex is no longer doing catalogs. They're done. As part of their Going Green initiative, to save paper." That might be true. Maybe I can believe that. But the problem is, when I was up at Minneapolis at Wixon's Jewelers, they gave me a catalog. So I don't know if that was by mistake or what. But so I got a catalog, but they did give me something a little bit better at the boutique. They gave me the new Rolex magazine, which I think is a little bit more valuable. But I don't know how much truth. I mean, I can kind of believe it. I don't know. A lot of more boutiques would probably follow just to try and save paper, because everything's online nowadays. Unless it's like a Patek or a JLC, I don't know. It's not too far-fetched, I don't believe. But
I personally think it's just like all the other accoutrement. The AD has to pay for it. It's up to the AD to decide what they do.
I think there is, a couple of things I will say. The one thing is, this is kind of like the way the hotels, for example, refuse to make your bed and replace your towels on a daily basis, right? In the name of the environment, we're saving the environment, where they are really cutting costs. So I can see those kinds of initiatives, right? IWC, for example, I think Breitling, some other brands, they decided to get rid of a lot of their packaging and presentation boxes because they are being environmentally friendly, which I just find a little hypocritical anyways. But in this case, they outright lied to you, and you discovered that right away, because I've seen people with the new catalog and new magazine in Rolex. Certainly.
Right. But I don't know. So they've given me catalogs for the last 2 years. So I think Ozzy might be right. I think it might be a financial thing for them, since they are a smaller boutique. It might actually cost them a lot to have catalogs on hand and be able to hand them out, as where you got like a dealer in Minneapolis where they could probably afford to swing it a little bit more. But I just thought that was very interesting. I was half tempted, to because I didn't have the catalog with me, obviously, but I was half tempted to come back like an hour later, like, oh, hey, look, I got a catalog.
Yeah, I spoke with a smaller
there's no point poking the
AD,
bear.
and Rolex would love for more people to get the accoutrement. They actually told this AD that they they realize that the wait lists are really big. There's lots of customers who are waiting and they feel neglected, and that these ADs should purchase all of these like items like hats and things like that, the pens, and they should reach out to these people and just go ahead and give them gifts.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Yeah,
Why not,
I
right?
mean, or at least to the
Because
loyal customers or people who have at least bought a watch. I mean, it doesn't even have to be, like a Pepsi or a Daytona. Like if somebody just bought a Datejust, I mean, give them a hat. I mean,
I do like the touch of a little bit of accoutrement with a purchase, but yeah, I don't know. Like, as someone who's gotten a lot of Steel Sports Rolexes and not a single piece of accoutrement, I feel a little slighted if they just started handing them out to someone with no purchase history. It's hard to get them a Daytona.
it was the other way around. That I think Joy's bringing up an interesting point. It was a way of getting you excited to acquire your next piece or your first piece, right? All those magazines, catalogs, the swag were actually a way of enticing you or of bringing you into the AD. But of course, the game has changed. I recognize that. Now it's become something that you chase after. For example, I know that our friend Rolex is trying to get the cologne, the Rolex fragrance. This is the Rolex Swiss knife.
Do you even play golf?
Me? No. I
You need to sell that to me. $20.
$300. I'll give you the Tim Wright premium special. $300.
Maybe if it had Tudor on it, maybe I would.
No, I mean, it's, I get Archie's point where, Archie is frustrated, but to be fair, Archie kind of dug his own grave when it came to the Rolex ADs. But I get his point. Like, he's like, I can't even get a fucking catalog anymore. It's crazy. And yeah, I think that is kind of stupid that you can't get. If they're doing it for like legitimate environmental reasons, good on them. But if they're just doing it just to fucking fuck around with you, I think that's stupid. I mean, it's a fucking catalog, for the love of God,
It was. I mean, it was completely the opposite. I remember just walking into the Beverly Hills Service Center. It was bigger, first of all. You could drop the watch. They would give you a service inquiry in 10-15 minutes. They would offer you chocolate, water. That magazine has been banged up there all the time. Let us give you your own copy. It's changed now. That everything Rolex now has some sort of wait list, some sort of mystery, some sort of charm. You have to earn it. You have to go on a journey to deserve it. It's getting a little insufferable, and it's turning a lot of people off for sure from the brand altogether.
Yeah, and I was surprised they gave me a Rolex magazine, because the Rolex magazines are a little bit harder to acquire. Even for like your top end clients, they're a little bit more harder to acquire. But she just casually gave me one. She's like, well, it's like, I'm sorry I can't give you a catalog, but you want this magazine instead? She's like, do we have more of these? And yeah, the guy's like, oh yeah. It's like, yeah. He's like, go ahead and give him a couple. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to turn that down. But yeah, it's a little, I don't know, just dumb.
That's the new Air King on the cover, right?
Yes. The cover model for this year is the Air King. Mm-hmm.
Well, also on the catalog as well, right? 2022 catalog has all the Watches and Wonders stuff in it.
Correct. And it's got, so this basically covers like all the new models that are getting released here in the upcoming year. Where is it?
It blows me away that Rolex can have these produced en masse, this relatively close to Watches and Wonders, in my opinion. I mean, putting together a book and publishing it. I'm so shocked that they can have it front and center on the front of the catalog, on the front of the magazine, and it not be leaked. It's amazing.
What I don't get though is like a magazine like this. I don't get why you can't. I don't get why you can't like have your own subscription. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me why you can't be subscribed to something like this, or even
Hey
on
man,
like an online platform.
if you've spent like $50,000 plus at a Rolex store, I think last year I spent $80,000. You'd think you would get something for free.
Well, it's
Very
just a little
some
weird, honestly. Like,
publications.
I mean, this is a great magazine. It really is. I mean,
No,
it's
by the way, yeah, I have the Submariner version from all the while back, which is obviously my favorite model, and I love it. All the all the interviews they have, all the old
right.
ads. It's just beautiful.
It's
But
well done. They took the time to publish a magazine. It's better than anything Houdinki can fucking throw
one of
together.
one of our audience has a very nice comment, and I will actually expand upon it. He says Rolex is like dating now, wine and dine before we experience the goods. It's worse, actually. It's more like a sugar daddy relationship where you end up possibly pouring all this money into getting things for them and not for you, like buying pieces of jewelry that you don't need, buying other watches that you might not want, with the hope that you will get something. So it's actually much worse than dating, because
You know
dating is at
what? The
least
perfect example would be it's like the Mike the Snake experience, right? You spend a month wooing and eyeing over Blondie just for Oshin to come in last minute and snipe her from you. That's probably the best way to kind of summarize it. I love you, Mike.
Well,
I truly
talking
do.
about being on the losing end of the spectrum, there was a guy on Rolex forums, a thread about the AD experience, and he talked about basically how he spent a lot of money. Talked about like a lady DJ with diamonds, another watch for his wife, a wife for his godmother, a watch that a Speedmaster that he didn't quite want but would buy it if it led him to it, and he finally gets a Pepsi. And I'm like, your math there on whether or not you should have gone gray is really wrong. Like,
yeah, I mean, look,
really, really wrong.
that's what I realized. Unless you like getting into these relationships. For example, I was just talking about my boutique visit for Lange und Söhne. So they are telling me that I can get a white gold Odysseus if I get a Lange 1 from them. Well, I can get a Lange 1 from the secondary market at 25, and it is a watch that I actually want. But getting it from them means that I have to pay a $15,000 premium, which means then I can get another watch at list, whereas that other watch is basically listed with a 50% premium, which puts it around 60K. And I'm sure in the next few months that will continue coming down, somewhere closer to, I think, 40 something. That's the price list, or maybe 45. But anyway, so what I'm saying is it's not worth, unless you really want to get in to, on the good graces of an independent brand, or, that authorized dealer really offers you something more than just one or two Rolexes. It's really not worth it, because I could just go and get a Lange 1, save $15,000, and then use that $15,000 to pay the premium for the white gold Odysseus and be done with it.
Yeah,
and I don't have to wait.
I think a lot of people do the premium math, but the reality is like the AD doesn't care about the gray market per se. That the way I look at it is, if there is, say, a watch that has like a $10,000 premium, so let's say the Batman at the moment is about 1920, something like that. That's about $10,000 premium. To me, you don't need to lose $10,000 on other watches, and I mean like the gap between their MSRP and the lower premium because they're a softer watch. You don't need to lose $10,000. The AD doesn't care that you lose money. In my mind, the math should work out that if you were about to get $10,000 of premium out of a watch, you should expect to pay for about that amount of money in other watches. but those other watches don't have to lose you that much money. So like you could buy a Santos and expect to get a Starbucks or a Batman at the moment, in my opinion, that should be a deal that is possible. Not I need to buy $40,000 of watches, so I lose $10,000 worth of value, and then it's possible. But the real issue for most people is that they actually don't want to buy the softer watches. Like that's up to you. Like, I mean, you know, you like what you like, don't compromise. But you know, the watches I bought that are quote unquote soft, they're not necessarily the watches that I didn't want. You know, it's just how the math works out.
Oh.
So what's the next stop, Smoking Joe?
Ah, shit. Let's go to the Omega AD. So long story short, I'm looking at their used display case, and they have a bluesy. The bluesy, right?
Wait, sorry, say again. You were at an Omega AD and they had a bluesy?
Yeah, yep. So they're fairly big in Minneapolis. They're technically an official Omega boutique, but they also sell Oris. What do they sell? They sell Oris. They sell G-Shock. They sell who's the third brand? Breitling, and I believe they sell Bremont. I don't know.
Oh.
All authorized dealers for those. So anyways, and then they have their own like used display case. So they had a bluesy 2021 bought in January, I believe. $25,000 for it by the time you throw your taxes and everything on there. And I thought, you know what, screw it. I had a bad experience at the Parmigiani boutique, so I'm like, you know what, I'll kill some time. So I kind of just kicked some tires and played with the guy. I said, I'll trade in my Datejust. And so how much would you give me if I traded in the Datejust? It was actually honestly kind of fair for the most part when you consider the market. He was willing to offer me $9 roughly if I can provide box and papers and prove it was authentic. So I wasn't going to do it, but I thought it was fair just in general for the market. Anyways, we're talking about this. He said, have you ever owned a sub? And I said, yeah, I've got, the no date. And he starts going off on this weird, what I would deem a really weird sales pitch for an Omega rep. He goes on to say, personally, these things are undervalued. He said, Rolex should be charging more for the consumers to buy these. Like, he said this, and I waited for him to start laughing or just kind of smirk, and he just kept this dead straight fucking face. And I'm like, okay. And he picks up my Datejust. He's like, this is an $8,000 watch. He said, no way, you can't convince me. This is like easily a $12,000 watch. I'm thinking like, okay, this is kind of in my benefit at this point. Then, I mean, are you gonna offer me 12 for it? But he said, yeah. He said, Rolex should be charging so much more. He said, I don't get why they don't charge more for their watch, for their stainless steels. He said they're completely undervalued, and they're underrated in some areas. Well, and I'm just baffled by this.
Some of it is just salesmanship, because you're supposed to, first of all, to put you in a good mood, they have to first make you feel good about your choices, right? What you already wear, what you already bring into that store on your wrist, that's the most beautiful. Oh my God, you wear it so well. So
of course, yeah.
Then they have to encourage you to go after the watch that you first went for, right? He's not gonna turn you around to, okay, let's go Omega. No, he already sees you're interested in the sub and you have a sub, so he's reinforcing what you already like. That's an easier way of making a sale rather than creating an expectation and desire that doesn't exist. He's intensifying what you already like.
Ultimately, You're experiencing customer service from a watch business that doesn't carry Rolex at MSRP.
Oh, I mean, I get the
he
whole
thinks
like the sales aspect of it.
he's pleasing you, and he's
I get
interested
that,
in doing it.
but I don't know if he thought like I was just some kind of newbie customer, like I didn't present myself well enough. I don't know, like it's just really weird that I mean, I understand like the buttering, like every sales rep will do it, but like he was going like way over the top to the point where like I had to try really hard not to laugh or smirk because he was being that dead serious about this whole thing. He was acting like Rolex themselves was the holy grail and Patek Philippe was a fucking dog shit brand, which is debatable to be frank.
I think
but
used to having to talk people into buying a pretty expensive watch. Basically, most customers.
Don't get me wrong. The Blues is amazing watch, but not $25,000
is a good deal. That's not the average person.
Yeah, no, and I told him I'd think about it, because I told him, in a nutshell, this kind of sold the illusion. I said, because he asked me, he's like, well, do you want to leave your watch here? Because he figured out where I was from. He knew like it was almost a 3-hour drive for me to come back up there. And he said, well, he's like, would you be comfortable leaving the watch up here? And I said, yeah, maybe. And I said, no. So they would just I would leave the watch there and I would ship up like the box and paperwork and stuff like that. I've done this before with Wixons. I have a good enough relationship right there that where I think when I bought my sub, I left my Aqua Terra behind just ahead. And I shipped the box and the bracelet all the way up there. And that was actually really nice of them. Very few companies or very few ADs I feel like would have been very comfortable with doing that. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, no, I mean, I thought it was just bizarre. I mean, it's one thing to kind of sales pitch it. It's another thing to just feed and kind of layer in the bullshit. And who knows? Maybe he knew I was just kicking tires. That's why he decided to have fun with it. I don't know. But I just thought it was fucking interesting the way he just kind of presented Rolex and just put it on this unimaginable pedestal, so to speak.
And I mean, look, here's the thing. You don't always like to. I mean, I've been in positions where I sold products that I didn't enjoy myself, that I wouldn't have bought. At some point, I was, for example, selling Sony LCD TVs, and I was thinking every day, I was thinking, shit, man, how am I going to convince these people to buy this from me where I know that Samsung offers a better deal? They're made in the same factory in Korea.
Yeah.
How do I convince the customer to pay 5 times more, basically, or 4 times more?
Lord, I used to sell Kias. All right, think about that. All right, fucking dog shit cars for people who got no money, and yet I had to fucking make them sound like they're the next Rolls Royce at times. I mean, shit. I understand layering on the bullshit, but.
What generation? I mean, the Kias aren't terrible. I mean, they've had better reliability than people.
Ozzy has a Kia.
No, I don't have a Kia. I'm Toyota man, Toyota. But Kia, they're sort of okay. I mean, Hyundai is better, but
you're taking Joe's vicious comments in seriously. Come on, he's just being vicious and nasty.
No, actually, I mean, they're okay. They're okay. I mean, the warranty, their warranty is unmatched. I'll admit that. And they have gotten a little bit better, but it's still garbage. Like I
actually noticed they sort of like they dipped down just a little bit. I thought at some point they would sort of intersect with Toyota's reliability, but it seems like they've sort of like, no, it's okay to be third or second fiddle.
I actually love Japanese and Korean cars, to be honest. This is here, and Bezos says Kia will finance you with a dime down, and These says, what up?
Yeah, but Kia is really popular because, and like no offense, but like 90% of the customers are broke. Like that's their wheelhouse, is hitting people. No, I'm not even saying that. Like half the clients that came in were getting back on their feet financially or just didn't have any credit history. and that's where Kia's bread and butter is. Yeah,
Wow. Like
that's
my
where their
friend
bread and
bought
butter is.
the Kia minivan. He's stoked because of like how it looks. It looks like an SUV, but it's actually a minivan. And he earns a lot of money. Like we're talking, you know, $500,000 range a year type thing. So I don't know. There's always exceptions, surely.
At least they weren't trying to lease BMWs. So
And then, you know, think about returning it a month later, you know, when the first car payment came in.
yeah.
But I don't know, maybe around I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of the customers. Yeah, you every now and then you would get like a rich guy coming in, and he'd point to what he wanted a lot, and he had a credit score of 700, and I never got a hold of these customers. The managers always told me to go fuck myself. When these guys came in, like they pretty much told everyone to go fuck themselves, and we always got the dog shit customers. But yeah, it's like I'd say like at least 1 in 3 just were financially ruined, and they'd be walking in just to get back on their feet with a Kia, which, you know, I hear their financing is okay. I mean, how do I say this? Their financing is forgiving, but that doesn't mean it's a good deal. Because I told this to, I'm pretty sure I told this to you guys, but long story short, there was this lady who was going belly up. She had kids, and she said, my car payment's like $400 a month. She said, I won't be able to do it. You know, school's around the corner. I can't afford to do this anymore. And then they pretty much, they did the circular logic around her to the point where she was like paying $80 a week or something like that, to where it crunched up to where she was almost paying $800 a month. And the manager comes walking out, and he's kind of snickering. He's like, "Oh, she's fucked." She's like, "That car's coming back to the lot repossessed." But at least they're pinching a little bit more money out of her. So it's, like I said, their financing is fairly forgiving, but that doesn't mean it's a good deal for you.
Interesting. Well, I actually think the current Kia products are pretty good. The reliability didn't get to where it needs to be to say it's like as good as a Japanese car, but it's pretty good. Probably as good or better than a Honda at the moment. But for some reason, they love putting just terribly underpowered engines in all of their cars. Like it's just always underpowered. You know, fuel efficiency fine, but it's just way too little power in all of their vehicles.
Well, then they're overpriced for what you're getting. So what the fuck is, I never remember this name because the name's fucking forgettable, but it's like the Telluride. So like for $50,000 nowadays, for most brands, you'll get like leather, some type of leather. Is it going to be like high leather? No, but you're going to get like a decent leather. But for Kia, it's plastic leather, cheap, nasty, vicious plastic leather for 50 grand. It's like,
I agree with you on pricing.
That much
like
money?
The packaging is a little bit weird. Like you'll sort of end up paying more for a certain quality level than you would say a Toyota in some cases.
Yeah, something that's
I'm
standard,
sure
you know.
If you went to Nissan, you're getting a better deal at Nissan.
Wait, Ozzy, say that again. Say Nissan again.
Nissan. That's the Aussie way of pronouncing that one. Nissan.
Oh, that's atrocious.
So let's get away from the car talk poison and pivot back to watch talk. HK, our lovely viewer, asks, "Hey, hope you can help me pick between Explorer 1 14270 versus 124,270. I think 14270 is the one where you have the white gold 369, where they are not loomed yet. So that's one thing that you will have to look in for, right? And then wait, I thought it was 14270. What is one?
No, that's a 39mm. So he's talking about the new lady size versus 142. That's an odd choice. Like, I mean, you go 114,270, not 14270. Like, I don't know.
Wait, this is the 1 to. So 124270 is the latest version.
Yeah, current. Yeah.
Yeah, I would, if you can get it at retail, I would get the latest one. I think it's a cool addition, and in a way more faithful to the Explorer heritage. After all, those were just lume in 1016, right? 3, 6, and 9 were actually luminescent in and of themselves. So I think the most recent iteration in the classic size 36 is the better option. If you can get it at retail, I would get that. If you are saying that you don't actually, I like having less lume, I like that blacked out look where 369 disappear in the dark, then get the 5-digit 14270.
Is the 14270 got a matte black dial? Like it probably does, right?
I think so. Let me check.
I would say beware that the new 36 mil wears more true to a 31 mil. It is petite, very, very tiny. Like the old school 36 mil is actually larger than the new one. Because I was surprised when I seen it today. It feels so fragile. It really does feel like a genuine lady's watch. It's crazy how tiny it is. It's like the size of a quarter.
Yeah, so here's the thing. It is the matte black dial on the 14270, so that might be something you take into account as well.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the biggest differences for the 124270. It's got the new lacquer black dial, so it's very similar to a modern Submariner dial. If you've seen those before, that's a choice. I think it makes it classier, but maybe that's not what you're after. And the previous generation Explorers have the 20mm bracelet, which gives it a sort of a butcher sort of look. So I think that's up to you whether or not you enjoy that look. Overall, the new one is very elegant.
And sorry, by the way, I need to check myself here. Apparently, every version of 14270 actually sports a glossy black lacquer.
Oh, okay.
So, and of course, the newer version will have a newer movement, more power reserve. I'm trying to see the caliber 3000, which is in the 5-digit version, as I'm trying to see how many hours of power reserve does it have.
Same as the no date.
Isn't it like I thought it was significantly small, like 40.
It's less than, I mean, it's like considerably less than what it is now, but I wanna double check. 42 hours is the old one. 42 hours of power reserve. The new one has 70 hours, so that's another consideration. I would take that into account. Panel's thoughts. This asks 14060167110.
That one's a tough one for me. My bias is the GMT, just because I've already got 2 subs in my collection. I'm not really after a vintage sub. But
yeah, for those of our listeners who don't speak in code like we do, basically this is asking pre-ceramic no date Submariner, which is 14060. It can also be 14060M, which is the improved movement. Again, better power reserve mainly. And 16710 is a GMT Master 2, which has a bidirectional rotational bezel and an independently jumping extra hour hand, which allows you to tell time in 2 and even 3 different time zones. For me, I like the No Date Submariner. I think if you are going to decide between these two as your only Rolex, possibly I would go for the No Date. But I have both versions. Basically, I have a 5513 and I do have a 16710, and I love both of those watches. So it is indeed a difficult decision.
I'd probably go no date sub, honestly. Yeah, I mean it's jingly jangly, but it still is a cleaner look, in my opinion. Not to mention it's just a cleaner look.
Yeah. So
isn't the
two-liner-
16710 significantly newer?
No. 14060 is quite a long running reference as well. It replaced 5513, and it used to have just 2 lines of writing until quite late in its production as well. You can find them both from around the same time. Yeah, I would go with the 2-liner No Date sub. I think that's my choice. I just want to show a picture of it. The sub wins, it says, I think. I think also still a very underrated watch, this 5-digit sub. Unless you are going to go all the way before the white gold surrounds were introduced and everything, I wouldn't want to mess with mid 80s 5513s, right, with those spider dials and everything. So unless you're going to go all the way back to 5512s and 5513s for a vintage No Date sub, this is where one should go, and it's a great piece. Yeah, 1990 to 2010, and I think it's like the last 4 years is the M version.
Actually, now that we're looking at ancient relics from when Jesus Christ was born, I came across something very interesting.
Uh-huh.
Yes, send it
Okay.
to Lord.
14060M was actually introduced in 1999, so my bad. It's an earlier.
So about 10 years difference.
Upgrade. Yeah, so until from 90 to 99, you have the 2-liner, older movement, and then the modified movement, which upgrades the caliber from 3000 to 3130, arrives. This is a 30 dial 2-tone sub.
Yeah, but it's the black and gold variant. I've always seen like the blue and gold, but I've never seen the black and gold, and
Me
it
too.
actually looks pretty good, honestly.
I mean, I do prefer the blue, but this is nice too.
Well, when I first initially seen it sitting in the display case, I thought it was blue. The way the light was hitting off of it, but when he pulled it out, it was black, and I was like, "Huh, well, that's interesting."
Cool watch.
If this was produced today, would this be a shitter?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, anything with diamonds, you just subtract $2,000 from the price. It's just not desirable.
This is the swingers watch, as it's known in the community. Man, this
I
is
mean, it's not a bad looking watch. I mean, I don't know. I think it would look weird in a modern case, but for a vintage style, I don't think it looks bad. I think
you know my friend Danny Boy, right?
yeah.
English guy. Yeah, he
Fucking
has.
geezer.
I wouldn't
As
say
Archie
that,
always says.
but you know, the guy basically coordinates with his teeth. You know, that's the kind of guy who can pull this off with ease, and
Yeah,
he'll
exactly.
smash your face
That's
with it too.
awesome.
So
Yeah,
it's great. And he was
Archie
thinking,
loved that
actually,
gold tooth.
he was actually thinking of getting a root beer with a 30 dial, so the two-tone GMT with the 30 dial to go along with his bluesy 30 dial. I think that's a cool look, but it's a look. I mean, two-tone already is a very vintage 80s swinging vibe. You really have to tone it down sometimes. So this is going one more step. This is going up a notch than the usual two-tone.
But notice how this case fits me a hell of a lot better. I mean, obviously, like all the links are still in here, and I didn't even close the clasp, I don't think. But the pre-ceramic fits me a hell of a lot better than the current 40 mil, which whatever.
I personally
But-
think these types of dials suit the Yachtmaster much better.
I didn't even ask how much they wanted for it. I'm sure they were well past. I mean, it was 2007, so I'm pretty sure they're well past reasonable price.
Ooh. See, Thomas knows me. Tanned and hairy chest, linen safari shirt. I'm a two-tone guy, man. I was born to wear two-tone. I can
With
pull
the
off a
mandals.
30 dial for sure. Oh, this is even one more, going one further step, what Ozzy just shared, because it has the mother of pearl dial as well.
I think this is where you go. I mean, that black bezel wasn't cool enough.
I think this is too much.
Oh, by the way, Lord, you're gonna lose sleep. You're gonna lose sleep tonight looking at these. Looking at this rotor.
Wait, your next story? Your next story?
Yeah, I may as well swing into the Parmigiani.
Parmigiani Fleurier.
So which sauce did you choose?
Bertolli.
The jar of Bertolli. Lovely.
No, actually, so the whole the watches themselves are amazing, fantastic. Yeah, I'll actually lose sleep tonight. Trying to think about all these wonderful timepieces and their movements, but the experience itself was kind of dog shit, if I'm being frank.
Why is that?
The more I think about it, I don't think it was even her fault 100%. I think it's whoever fucking organized it. I think it's their fault, to be honest. So I get the invitation to be a VIP member at Parmigiani the day before the event. So I'm like, okay, so I'll go up there and check it out.
And what is the location? It's a Parmigiani
Minneapolis.
AD or
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, it's officially. So it's at Wixon's Jewelers. Wixon's Jewelers is they're a boutique that is independently owned. So they can have Rolex, Patek, Parmigiani, Panerai, JLC, and I think that's it. Anyways, so it's a special event hosted by them, and I get to the event. I'm a little late because Twin Cities right now it's prime time. It's prime time for construction, so it's actually a nut house to be up in the Twin Cities right now. Anyways, I get there a little late, and my sales rep John, he knows that I live a far distance away. And, I show up and he's like, hey, man, I'm glad you can make it. I apologize for being a little tardy. He said, don't worry about it. He said, let me see if she's ready. I'm like, okay, cool. So
Who's
he heads to
she?
the back real quick. So this was like the sales rep, or I won't call her a sales rep, personal representative for the brand. So they had she came like she was representing the brand. She was not associated with Wixons, as far as I know. So he comes back like 2 minutes later, and he's like, "Are you ready? Are you excited?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, let's do it." And he's like, "All right, follow me." So he takes me to the back. We walk down this hallway, and we take a right, and we enter this room, and it must be their fucking break room. Like it's like a literally 10 by 10 room. So you got this coffee table like right in the center of the room. And to your right, she's sitting there, like 2 feet back is the wall. And then to your left is the kitchen sink, the fridge, and something else. So this room is fairly
Nice.
cramped. And
Doesn't
I said, it's
sound
like
very, very VIP or luxury to me so
no,
far.
it didn't. No, it's fucking terrible. It gets better. Like the more I think about it, the more I realize like this was an awful event. So she had a tray of watches like sitting next to her, a tray of watches on this table, and then 2 other trays kind of stacked on top of each other. And they had the blinds pulled down, and they're not using like the showroom lights in this break room. It's just like a standard like a standard light bulb.
60 watt. They went
Yeah,
old school with the incandescent. Add that
and
warmth.
it's funny too because on the right hand side where she was sitting, there was a door there that you could clearly see out into the showroom floor. And like every 10 minutes, like somebody would try to open up the door. I don't know if it's a shortcut for employees to get to the back or something, but it just like every 10 minutes, someone would be trying to open that door. It was very distracting. Anyways, I greet her, I sit down, and my sales rep is sitting with me. And great guy, honestly. I really like him. I mean, he's definitely a people person. And she begins like she opens up this conversation saying, "What do you know about Parmigiani?" And I said, very little. I said, I know they're kind of an underrated brand, up and coming. They do a lot of movement work. I've heard they, do rumors with Richard Milley. And I said, that's about it. And then she's like, all right, well, let me give you a crash course of Parmigiani's history. And then she kind of goes through this whole lecture, like, all right, in 1956 or whatever, this is how Parmigiani started. So it's like a complete lecture. And at this point, I begin to zone out because I don't know. I do terrible at lectures. Anyway, she finishes it up, and then we finally get to see the watches here. And I don't know. You got the point where you got the vibe that you should shut up completely. And given that there was poor lighting here, I noticed like you were able to touch the watches, and she handed me a watch. I was looking at it, and where the bracelet connects to the case, it looks like it's like the old school like you would have to knock out the spring bar like the old school Rolexes, the holes case.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind these are like $20,000 to $30,000 watches.
And more.
So I thought that was a little odd, honestly, to have like a spring bar, old school spring bar set up like that. And she was, talking about this watch. I'm like, I said, are these like push pins? Or like, I said, like, I noticed on your bracelet, you got screws, but I said, for the lugs, do you have to like knock this out like an old school? And she seemed like a little irritated that I interrupted her, like her speech. I'm like, all right, well, my apologies. But again, you couldn't really see very well because this room was fucking kind of dark. It was kind of shitty for lighting. But this watch itself is actually amazing. I mean, you can see the platinum rotor in there, which is amazing when you think about it. It's a heavy ass rotor that I don't know. It's just very cool to see something like that. Personally, in my opinion. But as we begin onto this, as we get further into the event here, my sales rep steps out for a couple minutes, and he comes back and he said, "Hey, he said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but he said the 11 o'clock is here, like the 11 o'clock appointment's here." And so they go back and forth for like 2 minutes on whether like how they want to do this. And I'm like, well, I said, do you want me to stop out or what? And he said, no, you were here first. So like, all right, we'll just finish this presentation real quick. So now it's a rush presentation. It's no longer like a walkthrough. And then like 2 minutes later, he comes back in. He's like, hey, would you just mind if like these two people sit in with you? And I said, no, I don't care. And so these two other people come in, plus my sales rep, plus her. So like we got like 5 people in this room, and these two guys are like 6'4", and they're husky boys. You know, they've been on the American diet.
Wow.
So they waddle their way in. And of course, I'm not a slim guy myself. So we're all cramped into this room, and you can tell she's getting fairly irritated at this point. And I think it's, like I said, whoever scheduled this was fucking terrible at scheduling everyone in appropriately. And I think that's why she was kind of short and snippy. But I remember looking at this dial, and I leaned over to my sales rep. I said, hey, doesn't this remind you of a Chapek dial? And immediately she stops mid-lecture. She's like, what's a Chapek? I'm like, oh, like they're, you know, a fairly prestigious independent brand. You know,
That's a compliment, to be honest.
yeah, it's you know, I was kind of thinking like, and then she gives me this like weird, dirty look, like she's like, why would you even like mention another brand during this event? You know, like she gave me that kind of weird look. I'm like, okay, well, I'll just keep quiet. And then she brought up this GMT here. It wasn't present at the event, but she mentioned this GMT, and she was going on about how great it was, how, you know, beautifully made it was. And don't get me wrong, it is. I think it's a very well made watch. It's beautiful. And she casually rolls off. Lord, does it say what the price of this watch is?
So I don't know if it's the same watch she was showing you, because this one is in steel with a pink gold rotor, and it's a little cheaper than what you told me. Which
is it 25,000?
No, 26,000 Swiss francs, which includes the VAT. So in the US, probably it's like 24 plus tax or something. Or
all right, it'd be 25 then.
Yeah,
all right, so yeah, maybe, I mean, she was talking a lot of numbers in a very short time. All right, so maybe that was my mistake. But either way, she said, yeah, she casually said, like, yeah, it's a relatively affordable watch for anyone. And I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm like, oh yeah, 25,000, very affordable. And again, she looks up and gives me this fucking dirty look, like she wants to put me through the fucking table.
Wow. That's
so
fun.
I'm just like, okay, like, you know, I like, you just felt like this was a job interview more than anything. And we get to the watches that are on the rubber straps. And keep in mind, these watches, so these were in rose gold, like solid rose gold, and they're heavy. Like you can feel the heft to them. They feel great. I mean, I actually love the chronographs, because when you engage the chronograph, it's like a small, you can hear the chunk. Like when you engage the chronograph, it's fucking cool. It's very cool, actually.
They are very nice, and the precious metal ones sometimes come on that rubber band, right?
Yeah, that crimson one that I sent you, Lord, or that's on my Instagram. It was gorgeous. Plus with the waffle dial on there, kind of fucking gorgeous watch. Absolutely gorgeous. I threw it on my Instagram post. I mean, but I noticed, but given that it's so heavy though, because it was in precious metal, like on the rubber strap, I can just kind of see it being a watch that throws its weight around a lot, especially if it is on a rubber strap. Of course, this is towards the end of the lecture, and the other two guys are, you know, they're in the room with me, and it's time for me to go, because I've already seen like the first half of the watches. Now they're about to be ready to see what I already seen. So it's almost time for me to go. And she asked me like directly, any questions, comments that you want answered right now? And I said, yeah. I said, on your rubber straps, I said, do you think that Parmigiani will ever like put like a chunk of steel or titanium like they do in the Daytona, to where like I feel like this like a watch this heavy, top heavy in my opinion, would actually benefit from having that in the rubber strap. And she looked at me and she said, no one's ever criticized their watches like that before. I'm like, what? And I didn't say that out loud, but I just stood there like speechless. And she's like, no one's ever kind of complained about her straps like that. She's like, no, we'll never do that.
Can I tell you something? There is actually a Tonda chronograph right here that has big date, month, and actually is in steel on rubber. So she probably didn't know her product well enough either, which is not a good sign.
Well, of course, I felt like a dick in front of the other two guys. And I'm just like, it was like the most awkward event I've been to. And I remember one of the guys asked, what did they ask? They asked like if Parmigiani did the finishing on the movements for Patek Philippe. And she immediately kind of snapped at him a little bit, and she said, no, Parmigiani's their own thing. They create little screws for them, but they don't do the finishing for Patek Philippe. And, he's like, oh, okay. He just kind of brushed it off a little bit. But it was just it's just a very uncomfortable event to be. The more I think about it, it was very uncomfortable. The watches were cool, amazing to see, amazing to feel. But I don't know. It was a very poorly planned event, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, what about the rest of the event? Did you enjoy yourself with the hors d'oeuvres?
No. That was the event. It was all held into that little break room right there.
It was just a hard sell, basically. That was it. Come here, hard sell, get out.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Like, and the fact is, they could have done it better. I was kind of expecting like finger food, which honestly I think is a little weird if you're serving finger food and having it. Like when I went to the Rolex VIP event, they were serving finger food, and I didn't touch it because I was going to be touching the watches the whole time. But that's beside the point. That's a different event. And that event went very well, actually. But anyways, yeah. So it was just a weird experience, to be honest. And then I walk out of the event, and I'm talking with another sales rep, and he's like, "Well, what did you think of the event?" And I said, "Oh, it was great. It was cool." He said, "So would you ever buy a Parmigiani?" And of course, I go into Archie mode here, and I said, I don't know. They're kind of soft on the secondary market. and it kind of gives you this funny look, and I'm like, I have to immediately try and recover it and save it. And like, oh, but you know what? I said, hey, they're exceptional timepieces. They can rival Patek Philippe. I can see myself buying one, but I think it was too late at that point. But
is that why you posted that obnoxious thing on your Instagram account? Like,
yeah, I gotta sell the illusion. Well, that and I gotta kind of make my other boutique a little jealous too. So but yeah, no, I don't think I'd ever buy a Parmigiani. At least not at retail, anyways. Because they are kind of soft as dog shit, as you can see.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not sure if they are soft as dog shit necessarily, but they do. I mean, I think they're actually hard to get, man. The sports watches, especially the Tonda PF, they're expensive. I'm not trying to justify the price, but I think, look, this is actually trending higher than the list price.
I did remember asking. I said, are the hour markers in white gold or what? And she said, no, they're high. What she say? High polished stainless steel, something like along those lines. And then she immediately followed up. She said, no brand does like solid white gold in their watches. It's usually just a small touch of white gold with a high polishing.
What?
Yeah,
I'm like,
she
okay.
doesn't know what she's talking about. Sorry.
I'm like, okay. So I mean, like I said, I was pretty much quiet for the whole event. Like I didn't really say a whole lot. I'm just like, this event is kind of uncomfortable.
That's not an event. That's a waste of time.
Actually, I mean, I do like their Tonda PF micro rotor. I love the movement. I love that dial. I think it's very like beyond the texture. Also, it's just very uncluttered, very simple, very elegant. Even the date window and skeletonized hands that would have otherwise bothered me somehow get balanced out. Um, I think it's a nice piece of design, and clearly the movement finishing is good. I mean, it's not the best I've ever seen, but it looks great at least from the pictures. Um,
So,
It's luxury, Lord. It's luxury.
so
It's
I gotta go
high-end,
soon.
elite luxury.
Yeah, that sounds like a wild story. I'm invited to a Bukhara event next month. I don't know the exact date, but I do have a +1 available, and it won't be my wife. So if you want to come to Las Vegas, you can come see how another brand does it in Las Vegas. We'll see what happens.
I'm gonna attempt to drop one, and hopefully they'll sell it to me at retail.
All right. Thanks for sharing your story, Meech. Thank you, everyone. I
Hey,
gotta
thank you.
attend to some babies.
Of course, Oz, thank you so much for being with us and sharing your company and conversation, man. Thank you.
Yeah, take care,
Cheers.
Oz. Yeah,
ML and
overall
Gray
the event
says
was
we
just
are
wild.
they were okay, they were making all sorts of course inappropriate comments in the chat, but I want to share this one. We're always here to discuss your darkroom experience further if you need. Joe, get a checkup screen.
Actually, she wasn't bad looking for her age. I'd probably push her. I'd probably put her at like 50s, early 50s. Yeah, she wasn't bad looking.
I like you know me, I like a cougar vibe. I like it basically the way I like my timepieces.
Old and old and worn out. Oh no!
Oh Lord.
Oh
Did they give you any catalogs or
no!
magazines?
It was basically, here are the watches. Here are the watches? Here's what you should be looking to buy it. Now get the fuck out. Essentially, like I didn't even get like a Parmigiani like keychain or whatever. It's like, not that I was expecting it, but I didn't even get a pamphlet.
I think she was angry at you, genuinely.
I don't know. I think, like I said, I think it was a two-part problem. I think one, she was in a cramped room, which I don't think she was expecting, and then two, whoever lined up all the timing schedule fucked it up royally, which I would imagine would frustrate anyone, because that means you have to rush through your presentation.
That's the luxury experience. You have to give people, the people are scratching the windows outside, waiting to get in. Come on, give us Parmigiani Reggiano. They themselves know how. Look, I have all sorts of respect for Michel Parmigiani as a watchmaker, and of course, anyone and everyone should be proud of their last name, right? And Fleurier, in and of itself, is an important center for making watches, so they have that in the name, but they're themselves familiar with this problem to the extent that they started marketing themselves as PF now. It's like it's PF everywhere. Tonda PF. It's never Parmigiani Fleurier at this point, because they know that it's a mouthful, and they know, like, literally, it sounds like cheese.
And speaking of cheese, that their rubber straps actually smelled amazing. I know that's a weird thing to say. Because I initially thought it's like the whole room, like when she pulled out the other tray with all the watches on rubber, the whole room immediately started to smell like vanilla.
Yes.
And I thought it was just because the other two guys walked in, like one of them was wearing a strong cologne. And even he mentioned, he's like, "What's that smell?" And she said, "Oh, you're smelling the rubber strap." She said, "It's genuine rubber."
Yeah. I mean,
it'll give off that smell.
That's how they're treated to be finished. So fresh rubber straps from luxury companies, including Patek, for example, like, those new Aquanaut rubber straps, they smell like vanilla.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. When rubber is, I don't know if you have ever been in a workshop or situation where people work on rubber, it doesn't smell nice. So that's a way of counteracting and finishing it for the end customer. And I think it's a good touch. It's a nice touch. Hit it, get a discount. Rubber helps. Yeah, I'll call myself young wizard from now. Lock up your grandmas, children. Wizard doesn't count. Guys, we are a little more than halfway through. I don't know. Maybe I will go for another half hour, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know. I feel a little energized, but I'm also a little under the weather. So we'll see. But if you have been enjoying the show, if you have learned from it, if you have appreciated Smoke and Joe's delivery and his nice stories, please hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon while you're at it. Every single subscriber really counts for me and gets me that much closer to 1,000 subscribers, which is my first goal on YouTube. And everyone in the chat knows that I respond to each and every message, and I care about the conversations that you're generating in the chat and everything else that you push me to do, that you demand from me, that you request from me. And for that, you can always write directly to me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. But feel free to just write here in the chat and also drop a nasty and vicious comment to any of the videos, and I will be happy to respond. In the meantime, before I reach 1,000 subscribers, before I get there, before I get this channel monetized, to support the channel, to encourage the work I do in creating content, in running these live streams, you can always consider a PayPal contribution, and that's at the same email address, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. All the information is in the description and the ticker. Corrado Galizia says, been working, listening in the background. Very jealous of Mich's stories. Nice. Hey, honestly, I mean, I know it could have been an awkward experience, but it does make for a nice story. And that's kind of, luxury experiences are usually hit or miss. Either you are treated like royalty, or it's a complete downer, and you feel dirty. You feel like you need to wash up or something.
Well, I mean, it kind of sucked too, because if I knew it was gonna be like that, I probably wouldn't have fucking gone, to be honest with you, because I essentially wasted the day. But I mean, I did kind of make up for it, by kind of bumming around the Rolex pre-owned case, and then going to my Omega dealer, then visiting my Rolex boutique. But I don't know, it's just I expected a little bit more from a brand that, in my opinion, needs to legitimately try hard to sway people to,
of course,
buy their product versus a Patek Philippe, AP, Vacheron, Lange.
Well, look, I mean, this is what we were talking about basically in the in the background, right? Earlier in the day, before we started this live. Listen, you have a watch like this, which basically retails X2. At the retail price, it's twice as much as a Rolex GMT Master, right? I understand that it has a very unique use of the rattrapante function, which allows you to basically get back to home time at the click of a single pusher, right? So you can, in fact, use this jump hour, but then when you click, that's, I think it's the rose gold pusher, right? Did she show you that?
Yes, and I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, so when you click the rose gold pusher after you have returned home, so does the travel time. So this rose gold GMT hand disappears behind the home time hour hand, and that's very cool. And I know this dial is much more work and much more artistry than a Rolex dial, but apparently, this sales associate did not was not really talking about any of this stuff, and she just expected
I don't.
Joe to
I
jump
don't.
on this as a good deal, because I just want to get this out, Joe. I think um, with this economic bloom that is currently fading in the watch market, um, a lot of the independent brands, also thanks to the trend in the market towards these independent high horological watchmakers, they have gotten a little lazy and content, and they expect people to appreciate everything they do simply as high horology without justifying to the average customer what makes that markup worth. Why should someone who is used to pay Rolex prices start paying 2-3 times more of that tag price to get this watch? You have to make a case for it. And I'm not sure if that sales associate or representative went through that trouble with you, Joe.
I think if she had more time, this would have been a very different experience, to the point where like she could explain it, and not be like interrupted like halfway through presentation. Um, but I will say this though. I think it's 40 mils. I think is what she said, 40 mils, and it's only like movement is like only like 13.3 centimeters thick. But for
Oh,
a
it's
GMT,
less than 11 millimeters thick, actually.
yeah. So for a GMT, that's fucking crazy, honestly. Yeah, 10.7. For a GMT, that's actually pretty impressive, because it's really hard to do GMTs, in my opinion, and keep them thin. Case in
And
point,
the
look at
micro
Tudor.
rotor
Tudor does not give a fuck about their moves. They want them large and in charge.
and the micro rotor helps, of course. That's one way
Right. And I think
making it.
this would be very tempting. Like if this watch is maybe about, I don't know, 10, 15 grand. All right, it's a very different conversation we're gonna have here.
Of
It
course.
would be my very first GMT, and I probably wouldn't be opposed to it, honestly. I mean, you're getting Lange quality at
Yeah.
a very reasonable price at that point.
Hey, how are you doing, man?
Hey,
Yes.
Welcome to the
what's up?
panel. So nice to see
Thank
you.
you. Thanks for having me on. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. What do you think about PF Parmigiani Fleurier?
This is the first time I hear about this brand. I don't like it from the first look. It looks boring to me. The dial, the back is better, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm a more sports watch type of guy,
Mm-hmm.
more like divers and stuff. So not for me. But I'm sure that it's very hautology and whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It does have, it embodies more of that supposed sports chic aesthetic
Yeah.
than a tool watch, right? This is more of a Nautilus than a Submariner, right? And it's
Right.
also just 60 meters of water resistance, by the way, depth rating. So it's not very much at all.
Yeah, this one doesn't have a screw and crown, if I remember saying correctly, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I won't. They would have advertised.
See, that's kind of a shitty thing for 25,000 no screw and crown. That's kind of a shitty thing, especially for a GMT, honestly.
By the way, again, it's one of those flex integrated bracelet things that it doesn't have a second sand, if you guys noticed. So it has this amazing micro rotor movement, but does this incredible flex of not showing you a sweeping second sand, which is very interesting as always.
Well, I
kind of
should have
like
left this event. I should have just like turned around to her, looked her dead in the eyes, and said, "Your movement's at third rate to Lange and Paddock." Then just slowly walked out.
because that this is like the first generation Royal Oak, right? Which didn't have a second sand either. So it's an interesting touch, and it's a lower beating um, movement, which again allows them probably to increase that power reserve a little bit, but not by much, because it has a 2-day power reserve, 48 hours, which is normal, but nothing groundbreaking at all.
I don't know. I do genuinely find it attractive, both from a movement wise and a dial wise. But
Mhm.
25,000, that's a lot to choke on.
I mean,
or watch it, I'll probably
I'm saying all these
sink.
things. I think aesthetically, it's very pleasing, and I appreciate this approach, because even though it has sporty aspects, it's not a sports watch. It's more of a dressy, elegant piece than it is a sports watch. It's an interesting travel watch. It has that rattrapante complication that's usually used for chronographs. In this way, it uses it for the GMT hand to tuck it right back under home time. So it's kind of like homecoming expression. It's interesting. It's a nice party trick,
Right.
but yeah.
But these are fairly large watches, though. I mean, holding them in hand, you can feel the weight onto them, and they're large, but they're extremely thin, which I kind of do like. But I don't know, for this 40, like it's probably about the size of a 41 mil date chest, because they're about the same size. But that blue, you got to see it in person. That blue is amazing. It's a very forgiving blue. Like you could pair it with anything, just about. And that's what I like. It's not, a sunburst blue dial. It's not like a mint blue. It's not a Tiffany blue. It's a very unique blue that just you can pair it with anything, honestly, and not have to worry about if it matched or if it doesn't.
Where do you
and
buy this? At an AD? Where is it available?
Go to David SW, David SW, David SW. No, actually, yeah. So I have an official my dealer in Wixom's. That they are official dealer of Parmigiani. I don't know of too many Parmigiani dealers like standing alone. Like Grand Seiko has its own boutique. I don't know if Parmigiani has the same ordeal. I would imagine so. I know they're more popular in Canada, from what she was telling me. So maybe there's an official boutique up there, but I don't know. I mean, they're just kind of. I didn't want to say this to her, but it is probably more factual. I think Grand Seiko has more public press than Parmigiani does, and that's kind of sad, to be honest.
They just hired, I think he was the design director for Bulgari's watches, Guido Terreni. He became Parmigiani's CEO, and he does a good job. I've watched a few videos online, but like you said, they are not doing a lot of PR. They are not doing a lot of marketing or advertising. They have an authorized dealer here in Faldmar Watches, which is on Pico, so kind of west side of the city, Pico Robertson kind of place, so not too far. I should go and check them out and see what they have in stock, just to handle these watches and take a few videos. And
I'd do it. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. I mean, those movements are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing for me. Like, one of the interesting things about the Bulgari Octo Finissimo, for example, it's a very interesting design, and it's kind of at the steel, the steel one, actually, with the micro rotor movement, and this is how shall I put it? This is not designed by Gerald Janta, but it is a Janta-inspired design. He designed the original Octo, so this is kind of a take on that. It comes either in that monochromatic scheme or with this blue dial. Layered case design that has many different elements of polished and brushed surfaces. Same thing with the bracelet. Extremely thin watch. And at this price range, you can see someone considering it. But when you double this, it's an entirely different segment.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is 100 meter power reserve. Again, a platinum rotor weight for the micro rotor. I think it has a much more respectable, 100 meter water resistance. I wanted to say it's less than 7 millimeters, less than 6.5 millimeters thick, actually. And the power reserve is, what is it? Okay, I can't see it. I have to find it elsewhere.
To be honest, that Octo watch, and again, from my plebeian viewpoint, it seems a little old for me. It's little like I see older people wearing it, like older gentlemen. Nothing wrong with that, but it's not a young watch,
So, Diz, you're basically saying this is a retirement watch?
Yeah, I guess so.
60 hours. So, but I get it. And that's the reason I actually like it. That's why I must be drawn to it, because I do like older people's watches. And this is an interesting compromise, or an interesting contradiction, I should say, rather, because even in steel, and they have a slightly more expensive titanium model as well, but even in steel, because it's so thin, the bracelet's so supple, and the déployant buckle actually sinks into the bracelet, so there's no excess. The way it sits on your wrist, it basically disappears, right? It's very slim in profile and very light. But because of the shape of the case, it actually has a very big presence on the wrist. So it's an interesting piece, but I certainly agree that it's not for everyone, and it's not a through and through sports watch either.
Yeah. Don't let me discourage you from getting it. Yeah.
No, I wasn't seriously thinking about it, honestly, but it's to me, this is much more interesting than Laureato, Gerard Perregaux, or like Chopard Alpine Eagle, because I think this is just its own thing. It's not trying to be something else. That's another reason I like the Lange Odysseus as well. It's its own thing.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it is very unique in appearance.
Bezos says it's like a lightly salted cracker on the wrist. Bezos says Lord is an old soul. Yeah. Wear that on the cuff, each. Check out the Octo Roma. I love the Octo Roma.
Lord, while you're typing the next one, seriously, I asked the panel what they think 14060 against the GMT Master, and you made me You made me decide that I'm going to sell my GMT and buy a no-date sub.
Really?
Yeah,
Look,
I
I
don't
mean,
need a function. I don't use it.
You might regret that, actually. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Why?
Look.
It's not for money. I'm not doing it for making a profit. I just want.
No,
I
I'm
watch
not
it.
talking about money. It's just you realize that, I don't know. I thought I could not. I thought I could live without a date function. But I mean, I'm starting to really. I mean, the date just is too large for me. But I'm gonna keep the fucking thing because I miss having that. I miss having a date function. Like you have no idea how practical it is until you no longer have it. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. It's a good point.
To me, I know you said already that you don't want to make money, but if you get a good deal on the no date sub 14060, and if you sell well for your 16710, listen, you will perhaps get a watch that you enjoy more, right? Because sometimes less is more. Sometimes you want something that's rugged, bare bones, simplistic, that can be a little more versatile. There's less color on that dial, right? You put it on a leather strap, and you can even suit up if you ever do that and wear that watch, and it will still be fine. And you will still have some extra cash on your pocket. There's nothing wrong with that. I know you are not seeking that, but if you sell your GMT Master well, which is more desirable in that 5-digit reference than the Submariner, and you get a no-date Submariner, which I prefer, but trends for a little less than the date Submariner, and you have some more money in your pocket that you can put towards something else, or maybe another watch.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. This is like dressier and simpler than Octo Finissimo, which is a little more layered and complex in design. I like this too. I think I saw John Goldberger wear a version of the Octoroma once. I think he has an Octo Finissimo as well, but anyway. Oh, Jeff Goldblum wears this on the cover of the GQ magazine. Let's check that out. The internet.
I love Jeff Goldblum's Milgauss. It's definitely very Jeff Goldblum, to be honest. But I think the coolest part about it is after he PVD coated his entire watch, he had the Jurassic Park logo engraved on the case back of the Millie, which I thought was pretty cool. Very very quirky of him.
Mm. Yeah, this is it with a silver dial. He's wearing a Octo Roma. Goldberger was wearing one too, but I will return to the Milgauss in a little bit. Let's see if I can find a picture of him. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, okay. This is he's wearing like a skeletonized version of the Finissimo here. Probably has a bunch of different ones. But let's check Goldblum's Milgauss for Jurassic Park, huh?
By the way, a very good film. A little cliche for my liking, but a very good film.
Is it good as the original one?
No, I don't think no.
Mm.
It's customized. It's personalized by Matt Paris. Is that what it is?
All right. Well, it's definitely customized. I don't know who by,
Yeah.
but
It says the watch comes from Matt Paris, the independent design house from, you guessed it, Paris. Okay.
so look at that. He's got the little Jurassic Park logo engraved into it. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum is Jeff G is he's a G. He's he's a stylish man. He's good. Cash for a reverso, Thomas says. Yeah, sell your GMT Master 2, get a reverso and a no date sub, a combo meal deal. He also can't play the piano for shit, but fair play to him for always trying. Eddie Fu says, this, welcome to Untimely Meditations. This, yeah, this
Thank
is
you.
always welcome here, Eddie.
Yeah, we loved
Thank
it.
you for dropping by. All right.
Actually,
was he
Lord,
wearing
I
this
actually
in
had a
the
very
movie as
interesting
well?
conversation. What's
Yeah,
that?
before you switch to that, was he, because I haven't watched the movie, was he wearing this watch in the movie, Jeff Goldblum?
Yes. Yeah, he can be seen wearing this watch in the film. Yep.
Uh-huh. Cool. All right. I guess that's one reason to watch the movie. Sorry, interrupted your story, Meech. Please go ahead.
No, I ran into a gentleman. While my rep was busy with the Parmigiani rep. I ran into this other rep, and he was a very interesting guy and very nice guy. Very professional. He was actually a little shorter than me, if you can believe it or not. But anyhow, like it was kind of funny too. It was hard for me to laugh because, I mean, I have no room to laugh. But you know, you could like his head was barely poking over the counter. But hey, you know, he was a man of confidence. Wore a nice suit, had the waxed bald head. You know, just strutting around. Anyways, long story short, I'm killing time with this gentleman right now, and we're talking about the new Rolexes, and he starts talking about the left-hand drive GMT. He's like, man, I wish I could see it, man. And he said, you know, I'd really love to get a hold of one, see one physically. He said, we don't even have the display models in yet. And I didn't notice it until now, or until he kind of started talking about it. But I said, yeah, but nobody really wants the left-hand drive. It's a very weird and quirky watch. He said, but that's why I love it. He said, it's a watch for me, though. And I noticed he was wearing a JLC reversal.
Nice.
On his right wrist. I mean, so it made sense to why he would like it so much. And it's like, God damn. You know, it's so rare to see, in my opinion, it's so rare to see someone who would actually wear a left-hand drive or watch like that.
Well,
I thought it
first
was
of
really
all,
cool.
reverso is the ultimate, the good way of looking at it. The positive way of putting it is like, you know, when you see someone wearing a reverso, chances are, unless they are very old, it's a watch guy, right? You know that it is someone who appreciates watches, who looks for something different, who looks for something that has a story, that has the provenance, horological provenance for the brand, so on and so forth. But the other way of looking at it is the negative way, and I'm saying this as someone who owns a reverso. It's a weirdo watch, man. It's like it's you can almost tell that the guy has some sort of mental problems when he's wearing a reverso.
Well, I mean, I was even a little bit more tickled by it because it looked like he was wearing the medium size as well. So I thought that was, I mean,
it's all about proportion. It's all about proportion.
Yeah, no, I mean, it looked like he was wearing the medium size. So like, I thought, you know, I mean, this guy was, I mean, he wasn't a husky or anything. I mean, like I said, he was kind of a small guy, but you know, he looked like he lived a moderately athletic lifestyle. You know, definitely hit the gym like once a week at the rec center type thing. But we were talking, you know, we're just talking about watches and how we wanted left-hand drive, and he comes over to his display only case, and this is where we get into the very interesting conversation of the lady size Explorer. And he said, he's like, this watch is too small. He said, I've had countless people who really wanted the original Rolex, 36 mil, and they come in and see it and they say, take my name off the list. This is too small. And he said, my list has changed, has almost done a 180 from guys who really wanted it to now putting their these guys are putting their wives' names down for it. Because he said it's very much a lady's watch. He said it feels very tiny, very petite. He said it's too small. He said the perfect size watch was the 39 mil, the men's size Explorer, the 39 mil OP, and what else did he say? He said the 40 mil Yachtmasters, like the way the case design kind of slopes down versus like a Submariner where it's like a chunk of steel.
Joe, I want to say we love you as you are. You don't have to invent these stories to like yourself. It's okay. You can be confident in your choices. It's all right.
No, but I thought it was very interesting because
now, speaking of
two
which,
reps that I've heard say that it's a very, and it does feel very tiny.
Bro, have you seen how a Datejust 36 looks on my skinny ass wrist? Look.
I actually tried on the 36 mil Datejust, and it fits me.
This is a vintage 36, and it just sits perfect. I don't know, man. I think when it comes to the modern Explorer, I still prefer the 36 mil. But it is.
I think it's just the way that the bracelet tapers that is why it comes off so small and ladylike. Because the OG has a wider bracelet stance, doesn't it? It's like a wider lug to lug.
HK, I'm gonna say this. Look, as a watch guy, as someone who spends hours talking about watches on a live stream, I do actually appreciate the work that Bamford Watch Department, Artisan de Genève, Matt Paris do from the screen, as a novelty. But I'm somehow outraged, that they would take these what are otherwise already very desirable watches and customize the heck out of them and mark them up already 2-3 times even more than the going market price. And hell, man, I mean, it's I think it's a little too much. Daytona is a great chronograph, but I've never been a fan of skeletonized watches at any rate. I feel like this is a watch that's trying too hard. Give me a rose gold Daytona on Oyster Flex any day over this. I don't get it. I like seeing it once every so often just so we have something different to discuss. And I respect people sending their watches to get customized to these workshops, and I know there are people like that. I respect that. You can do whatever you want with your watch. But when it comes to watches they put out to the market like this, I'm kind of puzzled. I don't like it. It's not my thing.
It's elite horology luxury, Lord.
What do you think about this kind of work, like customizing to this level?
I'm conservative. I don't like it. I mean, I appreciate the work, the craftsmanship, but I like things as they are, vanilla. You know what I mean?
All right, I get it. I hope you realize nothing personal. We have the tendency to put things to a sexual perspective on this channel. So whenever you say something like this, I'm gonna laugh. When you said vanilla, for example. So,
okay.
But no, I completely agree. Again, give me, if we are talking about precious metal Daytonas, give me a rose gold Daytona on Everose on the Oyster Flex. Why not?
Yeah. Be right back.
Yeah. This is the older generation, of course. They don't make the so-called racing dials with the Arabics anymore. This is actually on a leather strap, not the
See, to me,
older
this just looks
generation,
weird. I mean, I think it looks great on a black rubber strap, but
Okay,
on a
let's go
leather
for
strap,
that.
it just looks awful.
All right. But yes, how about the Oyster Flex? This is a stock picture, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a sports watch. It looks true. As where, like, if you, I don't know, like, again, like, I get it. People who are on a low budget, they take their diver, they take their sports watch, and they throw it on a fucking leather strap, and they try and pass it off as a fucking dress watch. It's fucking atrocious.
I wonder who that is in this company, right? I wonder who does that.
Yeah, it's a hard guess, you know.
But yeah, I think something like this to me is much more attractive. You sometimes, you know, you don't have to try hard, and this is actually the Baguette Diamond version. So it's I think this is what the original OC just got, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
And plastic, well, plastic got the white gold, but did he get his with baguettes on it, or is it just
Oh, plastic.
standard?
That's Plastic's new watch, the white gold on Oyster Flex.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, because I didn't see that unboxing. That's why I'm confused. I think the Baguette diamonds only exist in a couple of models. I'm not sure if there's a white gold on Oyster Flex with baguettes. The Platinum Daytona, of course, comes on its full bracelet and with an option of baguette diamonds. This one does. And then what else? Let's look through the entire range, actually.
Would you wear a watch with diamonds?
Say it again.
Would you? I mean, do you like the concept of a watch with diamonds in it?
I do, actually. I think we are so far from each other this when it comes
Yeah,
to
we are. For me, it's kind of feminine. I must admit.
I
Yeah,
understand.
Lord likes full bust downs.
No, not. I mean, look, I have nothing against what people do with their own watches, but like small flawless diamonds or baguettes on a Rolex dial, I love it, man. What can I say? I mean, I think it's a brilliant touch, no pun intended. And yes, Joe knows this. I'm more in touch with my feminine side than the average man. So
Yes, a little too much to be honest with you.
But yes, so I think it's only the pink gold, the Ever Rose, and the platinum that has the baguette diamond option on the dial in the range. I don't think there's a white gold that comes with baguettes. But then, you know, Rolex always has one more thing that's never on the catalog or on the website that you can somehow order if you know the right person, if you know what exactly to ask for. So who knows? But you have this in full yellow gold, and you have this in the two-tone. Then you have a bunch of other. Yeah, you have the white gold with the black dial and small flawless diamonds with Arabic numerals at the quarters. You have the rose gold with small flawless diamonds. I love them all, honestly. Yeah, the more diamonds, the better. Yeah.
That's fine, man. That's fine. I mean, no judging here.
No, you can judge too. Also, I don't mind. You know, I think it's one thing to yeah, when you think about what you actually want, and when you consider your opinions carefully, and when you reach them after actually giving two shits, you don't really care that deeply about what anyone else thinks. You respect it still as someone else's opinion, but it's not gonna shift my stance on it. So you can come at me. That won't be a problem. You're my friend, so I don't mind
Of
that.
course, man. I believe in brutal honesty. You say the truth,
I
man.
gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. Gotta be
Yes.
frank and honest.
Joe, can I be frank and honest with you, Joe?
I love you.
Guys,
You know this, right? But I gotta be honest with you.
Guys, we're in the last stretch. We're gonna go for another 20 minutes. Thank you for being with us. If you have been enjoying the content, if you have been learning something, please hit that like button, upvote the stream. It matters. Spread the word, share the link on other platforms. Help me get to 1,000 subscribers so I can get this channel monetized. But in the meantime, if you want to encourage me, if you want to support the work that I do on this channel, I genuinely put a lot of time and a lot of resources also whenever someone contributes something into the channel, getting new equipment, so I can film outside as well. So feel free to consider a PayPal contribution for anything like that. That's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV. But hey, at any rate, I appreciate your support and presence in the chat, on the panel. Today, this came to the panel for the first time, which is a great occasion and honor for me. I love the guy. And Aussie Expat and Smoke and Joe are already regulars, but I don't take it for granted. They are great conversationalists, and I really, really love them. So thank you for being here. Don't forget to upvote. But we are in the last stretch now. What you're a diver watch guy. You're a dive watch guy. Is that what led you to also get the Submariner finally, rather than the GMT Master 2?
Well, I had the 16610, the date
Okay.
sub, and then I bought I already had a 14060. I had the no date sub already, so I had two subs.
Yeah.
And then I had an Explorer 1, a 142770 or 114270.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was flying too close to the sun. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I had to sell. I had to sell my Rolexes, and I got the GMT Master. And now I regret it, and I want a diver again, because the Submariner is the king of divers. You can argue that maybe the Blancpain 50 Fathoms is the king, but for me, it's the Submariner,
Yeah. Look, I mean, to be fair, of course, Blancpain 50 Fathoms was the first by a little bit, the first modern dive watch. Jean-Jacques Fichter designed it. It's an important landmark. It's iconic, but it's more. I think it's more of an acquired taste and more of a connoisseur's choice. So if you are crowning a king within the diver category, and if you are going for the icon, it has to be the no date sub. The uncluttered dial, that nearly all black aesthetic, just two lines of writing, and the so-called no date sub. Already at the 5-digit, you don't have to go all the way back. I think it's a great choice. And you're right to say it's the king of divers. It may not have been the first, but if you ask me, emotionally speaking, subjectively speaking, it's still the best.
Yeah. I mean, I want to have only one Rolex in my collection, I hope that I will be able to, keep one in my collection because I'm unemployed right now. But you want one Rolex in your collection, at least, and it has to be the sub.
Exactly. As Arch would say, every man needs a Rolex or he can't call himself a man.
I wouldn't go that far, as much as I respect the pontiff, as you know. But I get it. I get it. I mean, look, another great friend of this channel, Justin Forge, our Canadian big brother, he has a similar approach to his collection, where he has one Rolex, and for him, um, the top of the mountain, the king of the hill for him was the Sea Dweller. He,
Hmm.
since he has first seen that Sea Dweller 43, 2017, that red line of writing, he wanted it. So ultimately, he made his way there, and now that's his Rolex, and that's the one that he will keep in his collection. And he, again, according to his means, that's his Rolex. That's what his collection accommodates. And again, it's a diver, and it just makes sense with Rolex that you would go, depending on what you appreciate, depending on how the watch sits on your wrist, how it lines up, and how it aligns with your lifestyle. I think a Submariner or Sea Dweller in stainless steel, that's a great option.
Yeah. Mhm. Um, yes. So yeah, it's the king of divers. I think
Coming.
we agree.
It's coming. Yeah, I do appreciate the 14060, and I think these used to be one of the greatest deals, of course. Um, just like 5-6 years ago, you could get them just as a watch head or something, for just a few thousand, maybe at most, like 4 and a half.
Hmm.
Now, of course, they are already um, chipping at 10K and above. Um,
Yeah. Nice
it's
specimen.
Yeah, except I was gonna say, this is why I very quickly, the coronet has almost disappeared from the bracelet, which means it's been polished a little bit too enthusiastically, I have to say. Um, but the dial looks amazing, right?
Yeah, that creamy dial is. Mwah.
Yeah. Ne-
We love the cream.
Joe will start making fun of me again, but to me, one of the best things about collecting vintage watches, and Rolex specifically, is how that aged patinated tritium, that creamy tritium, sits against the matte black Rolex dial. I think that's one of the simplest and most beautiful things about vintage watches. Bite me, Joe. It's beautiful. I love them.
no,
I
no
love my
bullshit,
cream.
Lord. I gotta be honest with you, Lord. I almost bought an Explorer II today. It was black
Five
dial.
digit, five digit,
Yeah, so it was from
16579.
I believe it was from like the early 2000s. They wanted 8.5 for it.
Not bad, depending on the
But it was
condition.
no box, no papers, and the bracelet was a full elephant's trunk. Like that bracelet was shot. So I said, "No,
Okay.
fuck this shit."
I mean, if it's post 2000, of course, it already has Luminova on the dial. So, uh, but still, great watch, great watch. It just won't patinate. It won't age in the same way. This is one of the reasons that we love vintage Rolex. This particular aesthetic. Um, hard to fight against it.
Lord, do you have a Explorer One, Explorer Two, 5 digit?
I do. Yeah, I have a Polar. Wait, I'll bring it out.
Okay.
Yeah, speaking of wankers who put their Rolex watches on leather bands, yeah, this,
Oh wow. Wow.
The strap is offensive. It's in your face, you know. It's
Yeah.
loud and obnoxious.
But the watch is a beauty. The watch is a beauty.
yeah, I do have the strap right here. It's actually from 2000, so
It's a Swiss only dial. Swiss dial.
it's the solid end link. No, it's
Mhm.
not the Swiss only dial. It's the Swiss made dial.
Ah.
It's
So it's Super Luminova.
yeah, it is Luminova.
Luminova.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy an Explorer too. I really am. Black dial, but it's just. I know as soon as I buy it, I'm gonna get a call from the back girl, and then I'm gonna be fight.
You will be. I mean, this was, by the way, this beautiful poetic expression. I was flying too close to the sun. I was gonna say, Joe, if you buy the Explorer II while waiting for a Batgirl, you would be flying too close to the sun.
Exactly. Yeah, I would be royally fucked. Then having bought the date just, that's too much money to be moving around in a single month.
No, I understand. I understand. I mean, look, no matter how much money you have, we all have limits for our budgets. It's no one works with an unlimited amount of disposable cash for watches. So,
Yeah.
and sometimes as collectors, we do butter that bread a little too thinly. We do get too close to the sun. We do stretch things pretty thin. It happens.
I gotta be honest, if that bluesy was at 18 grand for that 2021 and he offered me 9, I probably would have came home with the bluesy. But
9 for the date just, and you put 9
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, it's under retail essentially at that point anyway. So I mean, that would have been a stellar deal, but highly unlikely. Delusional fantasies. It's too much.
Pardon me.
Bless you.
Thank you, man. So you are still waiting for that Batgirl, and you think they will deliver?
I don't know. It's hard to tell with a small boutique like this if they're BSing or not, to be honest with you. Because so in the state of Minnesota, they were selected to have the Rolex new models Rolex for a viewing party VIP event. All 3 of my Minneapolis locations, like when they heard about this, they were shocked. They were surprised. Like, they were talking amongst themselves, saying, "Oh, why didn't we get selected for this?" Essentially. So I honestly don't know what my boutique situation is. To be blunt, part of me believes them to a degree that they just. I know they got watches in the safe. But part of them, part of me believes that they just don't have the inventory right now. Like, they just don't have GMTs like they do it in Minneapolis. The Minneapolis rep told me, he's like, "Oh yeah, we just had like 5 GMTs come in, but they were all spoken for, so it's kind of pointless." Which I can believe. We'll see here towards the end of the year what happens. But until then, it's just whatever.
I really feel like, since Joe, you also just dabble in a number of things, and you go after different kinds of watches once every so often. Usually you are good with pulling out at the right time, so to speak. A little bit of skeet shooting practice, I gather. But I feel like, until you get that Batgirl, you're going to end up buying another watch. For sure.
I think it will be the Explorer II, honestly. I tried on some of the Omegas. I kind of regret not. Actually, I should send you it. I actually looks like I can pull off the Planet Ocean in the 39, but I think it's a little too tall for me. But I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of predict where I'll shift. And I think that's kind of the reason why I haven't gotten the back row yet. Is my girls are trying to figure out like which way is he going to swing. All right, he wanted to, at first he wanted to sell the Datejust, now he's keeping the Datejust. What the fuck's going on? I think that kind of irritates them more than anything is they just don't know which way I'm going to lean towards. But they also know that they've told me straight up. They said, we appreciate your business genuinely. They said, we know you shop around. We know you go to our competitors. We know that you pit us against each other. And she said, but you're at the end of the day, you're also a watch guy too. So, for the most part, they're comfortable giving me certain pieces. Is the backer one of those pieces? I don't know. Time will tell. No pun intended.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that there's nothing wrong with that. I know the watch market had gotten vicious for the last 2 years, especially, and the ADs have become really stuck up. But times are changing again, and I don't think those 2 years of purple patch, where it was an absolutely seller's market for both ADs and gray market, I don't think it's coming back anytime soon. I'm not saying the market is crashing. I'm not saying that the prices are gonna go right down to under retail before the end of the year. I'm not really cooking up any nightmare scenarios or like catastrophic, post-apocalyptic scenarios. But they have to understand now that it's not what they, it's not their way
Right.
on the highway anymore. They have to accommodate you somehow. They have to give you some watches. It might not be exactly what you want, but there's going to be more stock. The two tones they keep offering these days, you can walk into an AD and they will bring something out of the vault these days.
Yeah, it's usually a fucking Datejust, but yeah.
Well, I mean, they did. Look, I'm realizing people have told me this before, and I'm so in love with the watch that I would still probably want to get it. I do also love the ST43. It's probably the only watch that I really love in the modern lineup, but I know it's a little too big for me, and the only way I can justify that is, look, I mean, this is a real rugged sports watch. It can be a little oversized. I'm gonna just wear it when I'm t-shirt and jeans, or t-shirt and khakis. It's fine. It's a little too big. So what? I'm a big guy. Just have girls' wrists. That's okay.
You see, that's the thing that kind of concerns me, though. Is,
what I want to say is they offered me immediately. This manager who saw me for the first time in the AD I go to, she didn't know me. She offered me the two-tone Sea Dweller just like that. And I said,
yeah,
no,
that's my concern. Is I will, honestly, if the market was different, like if we were a year ago, I probably would have made a hard push for that bluesy. I probably would have maybe kind of snapped and traded in my Speedmaster and my Datejust for that bluesy. Because realistically, I mean, Speedmaster would have been about 5.5, give or take, in a strong market. Nowadays, they're sitting at like 4, low 4s, depending which Speedmaster you have. But the problem is that, if I were to do that today, I would get a call for a back row here, and then like maybe 5 months down the road, get a call for a Cermet, because dealers are getting pinched right now. I mean, you can tell like a lot of dealers are sitting on inventory that they were hoping to hold on to for the next 5 years, and now all of a sudden they shit hit the fan, and now they're fucked. I mean, you've seen the AP that I showed you. I mean, a year ago, that AP wouldn't even be in the case. It would have gone to a VIP immediately. That Patek Philippe, there's like 3 Patek Philippes sitting in the used case. Those wouldn't have been on the showroom floor. There was 3 brand new Pateks sitting in the display case, Calatravas. It's plenty of stock showing up right now.
By the way, Victor M, welcome to the channel. Hands, knees, and toes. RJ, all of you, Thank you for coming. Thank you for dropping by. I feel like England is waking up, so maybe I should stay for another half hour, even though I was planning to wrap up. But hey, man.
That would be my biggest fear. Is I buy something and then I just, I get a call for it. The market's getting too accessible, which I don't know. That's not a bad thing, but it's a bad thing if you're in the hunt right now. Because it makes it harder
Why?
to kind of predict. Well, I mean, it's like, okay, so if I were to buy the Explorer II this month,
Okay.
like it becomes in this market, in a declining market, it's a very real possibility that I would get called for the back row, like within 2 months, maybe 3 months,
Yeah.
And then okay, so then I have to look at the roster. So I can't sell anything because one, it's a fucking down market. Nobody's buying shit, and if they are, it's just bottom of the bell prices. So I'd be sitting on a Datejust. I'd be sitting on a Speedmaster. I'd be sitting on a reversal. Fucking hell, I can only imagine what it's like trying to dump a reversal. So your capital is getting to be more. I mean, as Archie would say, we're getting into a little bit of consumer debt. The credit card's getting maxed out.
Flying too close to the sun.
Yeah. The feathers are melting. I know. Then it becomes, you're trying to balance it out. And that's it's a very hard thing to do in today's market right now, in my opinion.
Aussie Expat has an interesting point. How long before ADs have to start getting blowies to offload some solid gold pieces again? That day has sailed even longer, a long time ago. It was like maybe 4 years ago where a dealer here offered me the rose gold with olive green dial day date 40. And I said, okay, so what kind of discount are we talking about? And they more or less laughed me out of the dealership. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't realize at the time that this is coming, right? That this last patch of 2-3 years we had where you would be grateful to get anything at all for retail. So I'm sure at some point it's going to come back where they might start giving discounts on precious metal pieces, but I don't think that's anytime soon. But the world is going to shit. So there's that. At some point it's going to come back to that, I'm sure.
Right. It's going to eventually, like, the market will actually dictate how much inventory we'll see here. So when we hit like rock fucking bottom here, economically speaking, you're going to have a lot of shit, maybe not in the display case, but a lot of shit in the safe. And if you walk in and say, hey, I want a Pepsi, odds are, they might have one.
This is on fucking fire today, man. To the Moon asks him, are you getting laid every night? And then, did you cut your own hair? No, I went to your barber.
To the Moon,
that's a very Weezer thing to say.
I think that to the Moon is the troll that always spams all the chats on all the streams.
Really?
Yeah, the one with Blondie and everything. I'm pretty sure it's the same. It's the guy, but I don't have anything to back it. I just feel like it's him.
Sometimes gut feeling is good. It can be.
It's okay. Keep him. Don't ban him though. Jeez. I enjoy his input.
My AD offered me a day date as late as March last year. Depends on the kind of day date, of course. You're right. No discounts, but that makes the world of difference. You were just saying that, blowout prices, offering something at retail is not necessarily being generous, even though we started perceiving that as some sort of generosity. And with the way the watch market has been working out in the last 2 years, I understand that. But yeah, discounts on precious metal pieces, like was the usual practice 4-5 years ago. I'm not sure when that's coming back. The eyes twinkled every time I mentioned I might be interested in a day date.
Yeah, no, I mean, Lord, I'm kind of fucked now because my Cartier dealer is now officially went kaput. Cartier pulled their contract out from the boutique I bought from. So that's
Why?
interesting. I don't know. I don't know. So I was talking to Continental Diamond is up in Minneapolis as well. I get my Omegas from them quite frequently,
Mhm.
and JB Hudson used to be their rival essentially because JB Hudson used to sell Omegas as well. And I was talking to the manager there, and I said, "So has JB Hudson officially moved into the new location? Because they've also moved locations. They moved across town." And I said, have they moved into the location yet? I mean, what's going on with them? And because they're like a month, they were supposed to open up early May, was the projected schedule, but he said no. He said there's a lot of complications with them. So the reason why they postponed their opening is they lost a lot of their contracts essentially, and Cartier was one of them. But I don't know. That's interesting. I think he said Cartier is a very picky dealer. They don't typically want to just. You can have a pretty good reputation, like up in the cities and stuff like that. He said they still won't pair with you. You just have to meet this ridiculous standard for them, I guess.
Sorry, I didn't pull this up earlier. You tried the Oris Pro Pilot X?
Yeah, those are actually. It's actually a really nice watch. I was actually offered a fairly interesting discount on it. So it's a $4,500 watch is what they have it for.
Yeah.
They offered it to me for roughly about $3,800 before tax, which was a
38?
very steep discount. Yeah. But it's a very lovely color. It really is. The bracelet feels great. The clasp, like you said, I'm not a fan of the clasp.
I don't like how it looks. I don't know how it feels, honestly, because I still haven't tried these on.
Very light. Like, I don't know,
it's
very
a full
light.
titanium watch, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To me, this is a very boring watch. I'm sorry.
Like it, man. Be honest. Be honest. It's good.
No, and the salmon dye is like it gets old quickly, I think.
Well, it's not elite luxury. It's a nothing watch, as Archie would say. It's fake luxury.
It's a cheater.
Exactly. I mean, Archie even said like he'd rather take a Tag Heuer over an Oris, which is that's a lot right there. Yeah.
Wow. What? But Oris is cool. They're independent, and
Well, I mean, Oris wants to push into the luxury brand, so they're trying to push into Tudor's territory, right? Tudor and Breitling's territory, and Tudor and Breitling are kind of the gatekeepers for the bottom end of luxury. And Oris has always been at that, like, Archie's always said, like, Oris is the great watch at $2,000 max. And Oris has slowly been creeping their prices up to $4,000, $5,000, $7,000. Yeah, so it just seems like Oris is trying to push too hard.
Honestly, I do agree with this at the level that they chose 3 colors, with an integrated bracelet look. It's not, I don't think it's exactly it's not an integrated bracelet. So you have a blue, you have salmon, and then you have the monochrome. I mean, yeah, it's not the most imaginative choices you could make there, really. So I do understand that. I like the blue dial a little more than the salmon or pink, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, me too.
It's like almost like a green, honestly, because they had that one in the case.
Yeah, because it's like an ink blue kind of thing, right? It's not the usual bright sunburst, etc. Gradients things they choose. So that's okay. At least they went with a different kind of blue, not the most hyped up version of it. But yeah, I mean, look, there are things that I really appreciate about Oris in general and about this watch. I like the fact that they went with full titanium. I appreciate their caliber 400, which is 5-day power reserve. That's amazing. I think I wish every brand at that level offered movements like that. And if you buy the watch from them, I think they offer 10 years warranty, but that also means that you're paying full tag price. I'm not sure if they offer the same. Maybe I'm confused. Someone can correct me. I don't think they offer the same 10-year warranty if you just get something from.
Oh, speaking of warranty, so I asked the Parmigiani rep. I said, "What is Parmigiani's warranty?" She said 2 years. To me, I thought that was some bullshit, honestly, because the average now, most average watch brands are like 5 years now, right? Even for like Tag Heuer, it's like 4 years. So when you got like brands like Oris and smaller brands, I won't call them micro brands, but lower end brands that have better warranty than a high end, quote unquote high end watch brand like that. That's kind of embarrassing, in my opinion.
It's also trickery, man. It's beyond embarrassing. It's a lot of these bigger brands like Patek, like apparently Parmigiani, even Rolex to a certain extent, but they pushed it finally to 5 years. I mean, it's been a while already, so I shouldn't say finally, but they realized, by the way, how much money there is in servicing their own watches. So they became more accommodating of the customer. Even Rolex now offers all sorts of different services.
They're 5 years now, aren't they? Yeah, they used to be. No, aren't they 10 years now?
No, Rolex is not 10 years. No.
Oh no, it's 10 years. 10 years suggested service. It used to be 5 years suggested service. The warranty's for 5 years, but it's not recommended you go in for a service until 10 years.
Yeah. Hey, RJ, Lord Exposed. I wasn't really hiding ever what my Instagram was. I was just not very active in advertising it. But yeah, this is my Instagram, Old New England, old.new.england. It was mostly because it wasn't watch related, really. It was more of a style related thing. I finally found a way of merging them both. So it's now watches and style, basically, if not exclusively watches, but mostly it's about how watches fit into a lifestyle, what kind of narratives and storytelling goes with watches, and certain also popular models that we keep seeing in recent press pictures, like on athletes, Roger Federer wearing the new Sprite GMT, the Destro, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, wearing it. The reason I zoom immediately when I'm in the messages is then I'm fearing real exposure, because if I send some dirty messages to someone, I don't want to.
Like you always do to me, fuck me dead. I mean, I have to put parental guidelines on.
Oh no, those are just nice ladies that I share with you. That's public information.
Lord, what do you think about this Omega that you just showed us?
Yeah, sorry, I was moving on to something else. This is also titanium, of course. This is the latest Mond watch, right?
Yes, this feels extremely fragile. This feels fragile.
It didn't feel good?
It just feels plastic. It feels very much like a plastic watch. I mean, it looks good. It in hands it feels good, but when you wear it, it feels like it could break very easily. Overpriced, by the way, too. I mean, this one was pre-owned, and they still wanted $8.5 for
it. Yeah, speaking of Rolex, okay, it's a 5-year warranty. The suggested service interval used to be 7, but Aussie says it's 10-year service interval now. But I mean, look, it doesn't mean anything. if the warranty is 5-year warranty, it means that the movement is gonna break down after 5 years. I'm kidding, but like 10-year service interval in and of itself doesn't mean anything. I think Richemont offers 8 years across the board, so that goes for IWC, Jaeger-LeCoultre. I think Lange is 8 years too. Is it? I have to see. But Cartier is 8, I think. Cartier is also Richemont. Piaget.
Isn't Piaget like 5 years?
Piaget is 8 years. Initial 2-year, 6-year extension for a total of 8. Lange's warranty is 3 years. Lange's is 3 years. I think it's kind of it's exactly what we were saying and what we were speculating, Joe, that these so-called high horological brands just want to milk the customer as much as possible. So they try to get them back every 2-3 years. To the Moon seems to know a little bit about the Holy Land, so to speak. Huh?
Yeah, it's like he's Googling it. I don't know. Maybe it's Israeli. I don't know. Or Palestinian. He's a very sympathetic troll.
Yeah, he cares about you.
Yeah.
He's gonna to the Moon. I should give you a wrench so you can post links to job listings for this. So if you really want to be helpful, post actual links to these jobs that you are sharing in the chat, so the guy can actually apply. Come on, be nice.
He's been to Israel many times. Nice.
To the Moon. I love that he's talking about himself in the third person. To the Moon. To the Moon has been to Israel many, many times. Hans Niesentoes says that watch is too big for that wrist.
Lord.
Oh no, I agree. The Seamaster is way too big, but it's actually a lot thinner than the previous. I mean, not the previous, like the standard stainless steel version.
I will say one thing. I know this is controversial and people are pretty set in how they do things, but I vote for the more classical and traditional way of wearing your watch behind your wrist bone. I know sometimes to make the sports watches a little more emphatic and make them look a little bigger, people wear them closer to their wrist. But especially here, I think you would benefit from wearing it quote unquote higher on your wrist, which is behind the wrist bone. I think it would sit better.
Right, it just looks weird, honestly. I don't know. But then again, this is why I always keep my watches a little loose. But I just threw this on the wrist because I had it, and I wanted to get a feel for it. But yeah, it's crazy light. Like I said, it feels like a plastic toy. To be perfectly honest.
Honestly, I like the fact that it's titanium. It is light. There's the Milanese or shark mesh bracelet doesn't help with that lightness. They could have gone with a full bracelet that would have added, even in titanium, a little more heft to the watch, I think. But it's a cool look. It's a cool look. I mean, of all Bond watches, unless we are gonna go to the first automatic reference Omega brought out with Pierce Brosnan, with that hand guilloche wave dial, I think this is not a bad way to go. But I would rather go with mid-90s automatic. The helium escape valve is a little more discreet in those. Yeah, let's see.
Well, I mean, the 41 Seamaster that they had there fits me better, and the Planet Ocean 39 at the Omega Boutique fits me better. But I mean, They're both fairly tall watches too. The Heritage model actually fit me great. You know, the one that Mike the Snake is always talking about. That one fit me really great, honestly.
Yeah.
Even
And the
even
older
at
generations,
41
of
mil
course,
size.
it's the older generation is I think slightly smaller, anyways. Like this one.
I know you can get them in 36. Yeah, I know you can get them in 36. They're kind of hard
not
to find nowadays.
no. Forget about the 36. I think the larger size 41 is still smaller than the current version.
Dude,
Probably, yeah.
me up, man.
What's going on?
He's cracking me up, man.
This, you could sell bagels on a cart at the Jaffa Gate. All right. Man, I mean, I don't know, man. Bagels. I'm a New York person, so I will fight to death that actually Montreal bagels, they're a different style. They're also very good. But I think New York is where it's at. Hard to find
Yeah.
genuinely good bagels elsewhere in the world. Unscrewable, removable escape valve. Have it your way. Omega, official Meech approved. And St. Peter says bagels are good. We can all come around with bagels, man. It's Big Meech says 6.3-inch wrist. Meech, my wrist may be actually skinnier than you. I've never measured it because I find it somewhat infantile and very, very high school. And I'm sure you know exactly what I mean.
What the fuck? The only reason I know that is because I was morbidly curious, and I stopped into a clothing store, and it's really awkward asking the lady, because I'm like, "Can you do me a favor?" And she's like, "Ah, sure." I'm like, "Can you measure my wrist?"
Can you measure this?
Yeah, no, I literally just straight up asked her, like, "Can you measure my wrist?" And she's like, "Huh?" She's like, "Are you getting like cufflinks or what?" I'm like, "No, I just need to know. I'm like genuinely curious." She's like, "Yeah, I'll do it for you." Yeah, that's how I figured it out. But yeah, it was kind of an awkward experience.
It really is. I mean, look, for me, since I like actually going out there and trying on these watches, if I want to know how a watch fits, for me, it's not about, this number and that. At the end of the day, your wrist is also, hey, it's 3D. It exists in the real world. It's shaped differently than someone else's wrist who might have the same size of wrist. So if you really want to know how a watch will sit on your wrist, you actually have to go out there and put on the damn watch and figure it out.
I would say it's 6.3 when it's cold out, but when it gets a little warm out, obviously it kind of expands.
I know this story too. Exactly. Yeah. Saying like, "Oh yeah, the room was cold. That's why it looks small."
Someone turned on the AC.
Jesus. But yeah, it's also, I think, one thing that gets really forgotten about is just the larger issue of proportions. If you're wearing a watch just for social media clout, just to do wrist shots and wrist rolls on social media, fine. Wrist measurement is the only thing that matters. I understand that. But when it comes to how you actually wear the watch on an everyday basis, it's about proportions. How long is your entire arm? How tall are you? Do you have a big frame? Can you be taken away by the gust of wind? It's these are all questions you have to ask yourself. It's not just about the diameter of the case and your wrist size, and then you can somehow calculate the perfect fitting watch. So go out, guys, and try it out and figure out what really works for you. And look, especially if you're in a big city or close to a metropolitan area, there's no excuse. You just need to go out and try.
See, I always thought that was weird though. Like, you know how maybe there is, but how you know how like when you go for jewelry, you got like that like they bring out this little card essentially, and the lady will put her finger in there just to try and guess or relatively get close to like what ring size she is. I always thought it was like a little weird, like a watch boutique will not pull out like this drawer of like cuffs essentially is what I can only imagine. Like these mock cuffs and like they'll one will say like 5 inches, the other will say like 7.5, and they'll just
You know,
slowly
my
drop them onto your wrist until like they like kind of snugly fit.
you
I've
know I
always
have
thought that was weird that they don't do that.
they a lot of Japanese sellers have this cone that's measured, and they put the watch on it to photograph it, and it shows exactly how how many inches it can accommodate at its maximum with the bracelet that it has. But before that, I didn't look for this, but I did get my GMT Master 2 as a full set, and at least at that time, Rolex actually included a paper tape measure for wrist size. So that was part of the box.
Mm.
So I'm sure they gave other things for ADs to measure wrists in a more in a less makeshift way. Let me put it like that.
Right.
Slap band with markers.
Actually, that would be interesting.
Jesus. Agreed. The lankier you are, actually, the wider bracelet needs to be, and perhaps even a bond strap. Hey, I think unless, speaking of, wearing wristwatches over the cuff and other stylish, stylistic quirks, I think a bond strap, that's hard to pull off, man. Unless you have a certain vibe. I feel like it can look a little contrived. A little
Tornado
too-
straps they're bulky on anyone. I mean, like even if you have a 7-inch wrist, like it just makes the watch look bulky. It's just the way a NATO is.
the bond strap, you mean?
Well, I mean, are you talking about like the official like Bond NATO strap?
No.
Or...
BUND. It comes from the German word Bundeswehr, because they used to.
Oh, okay.
The pilots used to wear these around their wrists, so they could have a layer that protected their wrist in the case that the watch gets hot. This is
one of the one of these. Yeah.
this is David Beckham wearing one with his root beer. Yeah. Look, I mean, it's cool. I don't think I can pull it off. I don't think it's my style, honestly.
I shouldn't laugh, but I was scrolling through Facebook one day and I seen this Chinese gentleman had bought the Tudor Chrono, and the watch alone was way too big for him. And then he threw it on the that pilot strap. He bought it with the pilot strap, so it looked like 10 times larger on his wrist. It just looked, I don't know, it was fucking hilarious to look at, honestly. But more power to him for trying to wear it like that.
By the way, I was very happy to find this picture, and I couldn't find a better quality. But Clint Eastwood apparently has a Lange one in yellow gold.
Mm.
Are you still talking to the moon? This?
Yeah. No, this is it's personal beef. It's personal now.
Oh, I like him. He's funny. He made fun of my haircut, though. He asked if I cut my hair myself.
Yeah, I think your hair looks actually great.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
But that's another
about
thing.
to declare war.
That's another thing that I could never pull off, by the way. I always wanted to get a nice fade, but I think since I have the whole salt and pepper thing going on with hair and beard, it just doesn't work. And I'm not gonna.
To be fair, Lord, you actually need hair in order to get a fade, which
that's
you're kind of lacking.
I missed the boat like 10 years ago. I think I have had this little hair like for the last 10 years. I lost it all already late 20s.
Shit.
Lord,
I would start rocking a toupee. Just do it. Just do it. Just try it out.
Hey, Sean Connery was wearing a toupee already in the first Bond movie. So
I always think of the episode of Seinfeld when George Costanza wears the toupee and he totally changes his entire personality, and Elaine hooks him up with her friend, and George comes back from the date. He's like, Elaine, did you forget to tell me something? She's like, what? She's bald. And she's like, George, you're bald too. He's like, no, correction, I was bald. It's a fantastic episode.
Yeah, St. Peter, by the way, we have so much in common. We're both fans of Caravaggio and Chiaroscuro. You like Eastwood as a director, and Mystic River, by the way, is still one of my most favorite, most beloved movies of all time. So I like it.
I like Saint Peter. I mean, I like his username. It's very Christian.
Yes, and that's actually a scene. That's actually a cutout from Caravaggio's painting, "The Crucifixion of Saint Peter."
Oh,
do you know the story at all?
what happened to Saint Peter?
Yeah, apparently he basically, when they decided to crucify him, he basically thought that he wasn't worthy of the same death as Jesus, so he asked to be turned upside down, since he wasn't worthy to be executed in the same way. Interesting story, but hey, it's very Christian. But all these guys are actually our people. They were all Jewish guys. So.
He was crucified in Rome, right?
I think so. Wait, Saint Peter, where was he? Where was he martyred as they?
I used to really like, yeah, in Rome.
Yeah, under Nero's reign.
Christian history is very fascinating. It's very interesting.
It really is. I mean, Paul in and of himself, I think he's an interesting guy to think about. This is, by the way, Lazenby before he became Bond officially, and he already had a 4-digit sub right there. You see the no date sub. You can go for a V-neck jumper and no date sub look.
Wow.
And be like Lazenby. These are, by the way, very underrated. The older Air Kings. This is 14,000, 14000. They're 34 millimeter watches, but they wear actually quite nicely.
The lady size.
It's actually boy size, if you really want to put it that way, but it wears really well. It wears really well. I love it. This is Fidel and Fidelito. Fidel is wearing a 4-digit sub, and whatever that other watch is, I don't know, upside down. And he has what looks like a day date, but apparently this is a date just on a president bracelet. And another upside down watch wearing hero. This is Reagan with his date just.
What year is this from? It's before he was president.
This is before he was a politician at all, actually. This is before he was a governor, actually. So should
it's
be
with color. I mean, I thought it would be black and white, you know.
No. I think it should be, considering that. Okay, he was a vice president in the 80s, and then when did he become 60? Okay, so this should be like mid to early 60s probably. Didn't Castro have a GMT? He had a GMT. He had a gold Datejust on a presidential bracelet. I think he may also have had a date, and he had a 4-digit sub as well. Possibly a lot of other watches as well, but did Reagan never serve as a vice president, GB Vol? I may be wrong.
He was elected president in 1980, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah. Do you know Brian Ferry, Lord?
Yeah. Let's pull him up.
Yeah, he has an Explorer on leather. Very nice.
Yeah, he's a cool guy in general. I think he has a lot of style. Wow, that's like a genuine tropical dial. It turned into like chocolate brown.
Yeah.
This is cool. Look at that corduroy jacket, man. Very nice. Yeah, 1016. And this is a Datejust on a Jubilee. And it's jingly jangly too, as you can see.
That's how real men wear it.
The whiskey dick syndrome going on.
What? Pardon me.
Bless you.
Thank you, guys. Reagan, I don't know if he had a two-tone Datejust, but before he was even governor of California, he was wearing a stainless steel Datejust for sure. Later on, I don't know what watches he acquired. Right here. Let's see. I love this website, by the way, Jake's Rolex World. It has a lot of interesting info, especially with well-known celebrities, American celebrities especially. It's easy to find them and what watches they wear, but I can't actually see any photos of him here with a two-tone Datejust. And I feel like Jake would have had it if anyone did. But that's a loud plaid sport coat, Ronnie. But hey, he had good style. Oh, of course. I did it on another screen. Jesus Christ. Yeah. But hey, apparently real men wear pink and their Rolex upside down. It's a cool look, I have to say. It's I have heard that it had kind of a military origin, as a lot of stylistic quirks do. That when you're in the trenches and out there in the fields, wearing your watch upside down, especially if it's just on a leather band, apparently allowed it not to reflect too much, so you are not exposing yourself as a target to the enemy as easily.
Yes.
And if you are, just driving something, if you have your hands occupied, I think you can kind of readily see, on the back of your wrist, what time it is. So it can be, it made sense to me when people told me this.
Yeah, in the Israeli army,
Yeah.
the soldiers, the combative soldiers, they wear G-Shocks, and they have these little patches they put on the G-Shock when they're out in the field, so they won't flash in the night. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's Clint Eastwood wearing the Clint Eastwood, which is the four-digit two-tone. So nipple dial, applied coronet at 12. Yeah, I always wish mine had the applied coronet. Mine is the 5-digit, so the transitional model that still has the nipple dial, but it has the quick set date. So that's how I find solace and consolation, because it can be a pain to change the date when you don't have quick set. All right. Foreman Colossus says he never wore a cowboy hat in real life. That's a sticking point for a lot of people who take this shit seriously. That unless you are a real cowboy, you are not allowed to wear a cowboy hat. But that's clearly a photo op. Someone came to his ranch to shoot cool photos of him. So I'm sure they may have given it to him even. Love Clint's root beer, shown off big time when he plays the piano in the Line of Fire. And Aussie Expert says it's more about damage in the field, more things to bang against. That also makes sense. John Wick style, quality. And Expat says he wore it in Firefox too. I think those stills, those screenshots were from Firefox. Aussie, that I just shared. What a stinker of a movie. GB Vol says Simi Valley. That's where his ranch is, right? Guys, we basically have 10 more minutes. In the meantime, please upvote if you have been enjoying the conversation, if you have been learning something from it. Subscribe if you haven't, and click the bell icon while you're at it. I really appreciate your support and presence. If you can spread the word, share the link in other platforms, it would be great for me. I'm trying to get the channel monetized. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. In the meantime, though, if you want to support the channel, if you want to help for the channel to become self-sustaining, feel free to consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontfee@gmail.com, lordhellespontfee@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App that is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. The information is in the ticker and in the description. I do have Instagram, man. That was my Instagram. It's old New England. This is the Instagram. And yeah, hit me up too when you are in Israel next time. Though I'm not in Israel. Let me know. I can introduce you to some friends. Since I have that repetition. Huh?
He's real. He started following me on Instagram. He's really a tourist.
Island traveler.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it's not a troll. I don't know what. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But
are there J with D? Are there some YouTube rules that limit the time you can run a live stream? I think it's up to like 11 hours and a half. But it's at this point, J with D. It's more about my body clock and my energy level, I was already under the weather, and we have been going now for more than 4 hours. So I'm just exhausted, and I would rather give you quality rather than quantity. So if I'm tired, there's no reason to run the stream. Should have called it Old New England Stock. Yeah, new old stock is. I was actually playing around with a couple of things. Herzl, of course, had his little novel called Alt Neuland, Old New Land, where he was imagining life in Israel before it was even founded. So it's a play. It's a play on that. And when I first came to this country, I came to the Northeast, part of which is known as New England. So, and I'm kind of an Anglophile. Like, I love Britain, and I also hate Britain in certain ways. Very conflicted. So it's kind of an homage to that. I like Old England. I like New England, which is part of the U.S., and it also resonates with this idea of the old new land. So that's the story behind the name.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So inspired by Herzl.
In a way. It's like I guess it's like a parody of. That's, by the way, no disrespect, but I think it's as a literary work, it's truly shit. I mean, it's one of the worst books I've ever read. But
Yeah, I know. It's boring. It's not.
But I guess that wasn't the purpose, anyways. It wasn't supposed to be a work of great literary imagination. It was a political program more than anything. So, but yeah, Hands, Knees, and Toes says old is the new. And Thomas G, hey man, welcome to the channel. It's been a while since I last saw you. By the way, Jay with the. I don't think I have seen you before, so it's nice to see new faces. GB Vol, welcome back. Forbin Colossus, welcome back, of course. And Eddie Fu says it's like old this and new this. Old new this. Old new this. This, yeah, I think new this, I feel is a good mix of old and new. I like this version of this. He does it on his own terms. He doesn't get sucked in. He doesn't get agitated. If people want to crack a few jokes, he's fine with it. Yeah, love it, man.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad you're back on your own terms. It's very good to see.
Thanks, man.
And St. Peter compliments your haircut as well. Love the cut. This.
Thank you, Your Holiness.
Yeah. I want to, as one of the last things that we are doing, since we have spoken so highly of Saint Peter, both as our friend and as the historical character, let's share that Caravaggio painting. If I can. My internet is giving me a whole bunch of problems. I think that's also why it's a good time to end the stream soon.
It's going cactus.
It is really. Yeah, there we go.
Wow. That's amazing.
It is, and feels tough to say it about, knowing the scene that is depicted, but just the.
Yeah, of course. I mean, where is it, in the Louvre?
The painting itself, let's see. I think it's in. It's in Italy. No, it's in Santa Maria del Popolo,
Oh.
Rome church.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the way he contemplates that nail,
Damn, man. That's
the way this chap here is pulling up the string, which
Mhm.
obviously has some sort of allegorical meaning as well, of course, right? That
Mhm.
there is some sort of other power that sets the scene. You can't. It's intentional, of course, that you can't see the face of that person who is propping up the cross. So ultimately, the idea is that martyrdom is decided upon and is fated on him, and it's a gift really for him by God, who sets the scene of the crucifixion. It's a very touching painting.
Yeah.
And also you see again, the other person who is kind of propping up the cross on his back, or on her back, on his back. That's also a faceless person. Again, that idea that there's something not quite human or above human forces that are working on this particular event. It's an amazing painting, as is all of Caravaggio's work.
But they don't seem like the clothes the two faceless men wear. They seem like anachronistic to the period. You know.
Hmm,
I think. I think.
interesting.
I mean,
I haven't thought of it like that.
maybe. I mean, I'm just thinking. Maybe. I mean, you think there'd be Romans doing it, so they would have the cloaks and the I don't know. What's the name? Toga. How do you say in English?
I love Aussie Expat says maybe he was just tired and lazy and he didn't want to draw the faces. Fuck me.
Toga.
Man. Aussie Expat guys, I love this guy. Aussie Expat watches. Check out my friend Oz's new channel dedicated to watches. Please post the link, Aussie Expat. But please, oh please, don't take your haircut advice from this guy. He does a great job cutting Junior's hair himself, I think. But apparently he has been cutting his hair for 10 years now, for a decade. And it's not something he excels at. Aussie Expat is a man of many talents, but cutting his hair at least, and giving advice on it, that's not his realm. So think twice. Think twice. Um,
Hmm.
Also a big fan of the lute players. All right, we're past midnight here, so we're gonna take a quick look at the lute players by Caravaggio, and maybe we just leave that um, and run. And I think that's in the Hermitage. Um,
This one is drawn a little bit less realistic than how he drew Saint Peter, right?
mm, Again, that's a great observation. Yeah, this it feels less human in a way. It feels more aesthetic, more artistic. You're right. At
Yeah,
least the face.
he did. It's beautiful painting though.
I think there are a few. There are a few of these, right? Yeah, it says it used to exist in two versions, one in the Wildenstein collection and another in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. However, a third from Badminton House, Gloucestershire, came to light in 2007. So there are three lute players. Nice. Mm. Guys, she plucks her eyebrows, so maybe I should take the hint. All right, beautiful people. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for being on the panel, Aussie Expat, Smoking Joe, the legend, old new um, the YouTube celebrity reborn, and we love him. We are very happy to welcome him back in the community, and it's lovely to have him for the first time in my panel.
Thank you.
Guys, I'll be with you at 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 East Coast Daylight Savings Time, Eastern Daylight Savings Time tomorrow. I might drop some content midday. I don't know, maybe. But until then, please continue supporting the channel. Check out some of the other videos that I have posted, the new content that I created in terms of the shorts, the 5 to 10 minute videos. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. And I tried to create playlists so you can navigate your way a little better. But the most important thing is share the link with other people, spread the word, and let's grow this community. Help me get to 1,000 subs and help me get this channel monetized. In the meantime, if you want to support me, you know how. It's in the ticker, it's in the description. You can consider a PayPal contribution or use Cash App. In either case, just reach out to me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. If you have any requests, any questions, any demands at personalized content, and I'm sure we can work something out. So thank you, and thank you for being here, all the lovely people in the chat. Please upvote on your way out. Love you all, and can't wait to see you tomorrow at the same time. Peace.